certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
What a good morning, boys and girls. What an audience to wake up to. What a wonderful group of people to start your day with. How you doing? This is what I wake up to this morning. My first, and God bless you guys, the donations, the contributions that have kept this show on the air for 5 years. 5 years on Black Friday. I mean, I guess I have to do a show, right? An anniversary Rumble Friday. But this is what I woke up to this morning. $2 from Joey Caravello. Thank you, Joey, by the way. Very generous, but I wake up to this. What a fucking asshole. Now, I don't think it was directed at me per se, but you know, it's morning, you just wake up, you're sipping a little Celsius because you're out of meth and crack, and you're like, hey, you know what? Let's turn on the chats a little early. Let's see what the audience has. And I go to YouTube and everyone's very nice. Good morning, how you doing? Whatever. I go to Rumble where they're even nicer than they are on YouTube. And it's our primary platform. I'm like, let's see how my big primaries are doing today. First thing I see, Joey Caravello's got his debit card out. Wham, throws it on the table. Spick. That's what I get. Thank you, Joey. Good morning to you, too. It's, imagine, like, you know, you say good morning to your partner that way. Boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, whatever. Like, you guys just wake up in the morning, and instead of like, oh, I love you, or oh, can I get you some breakfast or anything, you just call them a racial slur. And it's not even a racial slur to a group they belong to. You know, come to think of it, Joey Caravello may have started something for our audience. They may actually start doing that for each other. Either way, good morning, welcome, or if you live in New York, good morning, comrade. Congratulations. I hear that you're getting a new government-run grocery store pretty soon. That should be fun. The 9/11 memorial will be rebuilt into a statue of Osama bin Laden, according to what I'm hearing. And, you know, the Jews will have to move to Florida some more. That's what I understand. I've just been reading tweets and listening to the public coverage of the election stuff. We'll get into it a little later. Here in Minnesota, we have this stupid ranked choice voting thing. Minneapolis loves it. And as you know, Minneapolis knows better than everybody. But they have this ranked choice voting thing. Jacob Fry kicked, by all accounts, little Zohran, Omar Feta, kicked his ass. He's ahead right now by 10 points or 15,000 votes with 100% of the precincts reporting. However, because of ranked choice voting, now they have to go to second place votes because they counted the first place votes. Jacob Fry won by 10 percentage points and 15,000 first place votes. So that would, I mean, in every other election I've ever known, that means you win. But he did not get a majority of the first place votes. So now they're going to count the second place votes. And if Omar Feta got I guess, like, I don't know how this works, but I guess if Omar Feta gets 15,000 more second place votes than Jacob Fry gets, I guess he wins. It's stupid. Again, Minneapolis swears by it. Like, oh, ranked choice voting. This will be so much better for the city. It's no wonder you guys end up with the choice of Jacob Fry or Omar Feta. Your ideas are dumb. They're kooky. But at any rate, New York does have a new mayor. I also have to apologize. I haven't been following this New Jersey governor's race at all. I thought the chick who won for the Democrats was a dude named Michael. Apparently it's like Michael. Michael. I thought it was just a weird way to spell Michael, and it was some dude. Turns out it's a chick. Well, that'd be great. Like, this is why podcasting is retarded, and you kind of do need regular media in some way. Because, like, some guy can go on there and just bullshit and talk shit like me. Imagine if, like, the news got that wrong when you were a kid. Like, they were reporting on the 2000 election, and they go, Jorge Bush looks like he will be the first Latino president of the United States. And the whole country's watching it going, what the fuck is Dan Rather smoking? It's like, I want to apologize to everyone. Last night, I said that George Bush was a Mexican man. That turned out to be inaccurate. That's what I did last night. I thought it was well, in fairness, I live in Minnesota. Who gives a shit? Who cares about, the governor of New Jersey? It smells like garbage over there, and nobody cares. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Thank you, buddy. He says, congratulations, SP and Aaron, on SP being pregnant. Last night's show was awesome. Alexa and James did not know what Steel Toe fans were talking about. Yeah, Red Fox Mad tried to find us some new friends last night. And he found us this show called James and Alexa. And they're a channel with, like, their evening streams get about as many views as our evening streams. They have about the same amount of subscribers we do. They seem like nice enough people. And instead, our audience decided to go in there and just say a whole bunch of vile shit to this really nice, wholesome couple. So, yes, thank you, Red Fox Mad. I so appreciate your guys' efforts last night to make us new friends. And also, kind of my fault, I can't take you guys anywhere. Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky gifting a membership to Nefarious. Thank you very much. Pass that along. So now you guys have been climbing up in the memberships lately. Because of my vacation, we lost all those memberships. We're now 87 away from 400. So thank you very much for that. And 275 away from this morning. Nice start. Keep it going. Gray Duckling did say in the YouTube chat today that he really hopes nobody insults him into donating. Now, here's the thing, guys. I assume what Gray Duckling means is that if you insult him, the harder you insult him, the more he's going to donate. And that just seems like some kind of trauma bonding exercise. So, guys, whatever you do, please, I don't want super chats and rumble rants today to put up on the screen insulting Gray Duckling. All right? He's a well-respected member of this community. He's one of the most generous donors we've ever had to this show. It's like Charlie Kirk and Israelis. You got to keep him happy. So he says if people insult him, he might donate a lot today. Now, we have had perfect mornings, and they've been relatively stress-free. Like, the morning goals have been pretty easy for a while now. I would hate to see Gray Duckling somehow pressured into giving memberships or money to this show. So please, just let's be nice to Gray Duckling today. Eric Cartman says New York City has been lost. Maybe New York City has, but here's my thing. Whether it's Omar Feta in Minnesota or Minneapolis, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, or it's Zohran Mamdani in New York City, what if? Let me just ask the ultimate what if. Now, do I think this is going to work? Do I think these guys are going to fix the cities they live in? No, I think it's going to be a disaster. But we don't know yet. We're not sure. What if it works? Like, what if Zohran Mamdani does a bunch of communist crazy shit and it like New York gets better? Because hear me out. New York is shit right now. New York City is hell It sucks. People are leaving. They've been leaving since COVID. What if Zohran Mamdani does a little communist wizardry and some aspects of life in New York get better? Like, let's say they hang a few bankers. Like, who, what? What? I mean, maybe we could get a few yucks out of it, you know? I understand if you're in New York, that doesn't sound good. You're like, Aaron, you're dreaming. Stop it. But you know what? That's the beauty of living in Minnesota when this shit happens. I get to watch from afar. I get to laugh at it until in 10 years it comes to where I live. That's the story of the Midwest. We see all the storms that you guys are brewing over there, and we go, must really suck to be them, until we get Mark Dayton and Tim Walz back to back, and we go, oh, yeah. Yeah, you get rid of cops. That really fucking sucks. That really doesn't work out well, does it? You guys, we should have learned. Zen Man with $1 says 9/11, never forget. Oh, wait. God wills it until Valhalla, brothers. Yes, of course.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Or on his private jet to go see his girlfriend. Have you heard about that one stirring up? If I was Kash Patel, I would prefer that story to the story that some people are kicking out there, that he's covering up what really happened in Charlie Kirk's murder. I would embrace this whole jet setting on government time during a shutdown to go see my girlfriend if I was accused of the shit that Kash Patel is accused of. They're saying like he's not investigating Charlie Kirk's death at all, totally taking this Tyler Robertson as a patsy, ignoring evidence, all this stuff. And then this controversy comes out that he's like taking the FBI private jet to go see his girlfriend's concert or some shit. I'd just roll with that one over the other. This is funny. Packer Backer says gay fuckling wouldn't dare give 20 subs. Pussy. Wow. Insults being flung at Gray Duckling, although I hear they call him gay cuckling. Yeah, be nice to him. He said if you guys insult him a lot today, he's going to donate. Prythrin says what is it? God, I can't. Dude, this is racist. I was having a hard time figuring out whether I was going to say Zohran Mamdani or Kash Patel. That's racist. Prythrin says Kash Patel totally dropped the ball multiple times. Did he drop the ball or was this intentional? That's what I ask. Freaky Deaky becoming a member for 38 months says, I'm in Greece. Oh, God, get out of there. That shit heats up. You're going to fry. See ya. Freaky Deaky says, I'm in Greece, 5 hours from the Gaza Strip, and I feel safer here than I do in the Twin Cities. Oh, yeah? Do you? That's great. That's wonderful. Go ahead and take a 5-hour drive to the east. Or flight, I suppose. Go ahead, take a 5-hour flight to the east. Tell me how safe you feel. Tell me how safe you feel. Oh, we've triggered Shit Show today. He's in here to be miserable. I'm happy. Guys, let's talk a lot of news today. Let's talk a lot of politics. Shit Show will give us some money and pretends he only watches this show ironically and that he's not entertained by it. Guys, quiet. Shit Show is coping. All right? Let him cope in peace. And be nice to Gray Duckling. So I want to hear from New Yorkers today. How are you feeling about the Zohran Mamdani thing? We're going to watch a thing on Mamdani a little later. We've also got to talk about Tom Brady cloning his dog. Tom Brady's got problems. They're problems that you can live with. They're problems that money can, buy away. But like Tom Brady's fucked up. And I think it's because he took all of his talent and gave it to J.J. McCarthy. Something wrong. Like he lost his wife. It's very sad. And then he took blood. It's not just that Tom Brady cloned his dog. It's that before his dog died, like he planned it. He took blood from his dog and preserved it. And then when his dog died, like a year later, he cloned the dog so he could have the dog back. It's a guy with some attachment issues. That's all I'm saying. $2 From Hunter says, Gray Duckling is a fantastic example of a fan of the toe. See, now if you guys are nice to Gray Duckling, he probably won't donate. You can give him the day off, and you guys can team up, knock out the goal together. We don't need to worry about. Look at that. People showing their love and support of Gray Duckling. I love that kind of camaraderie in this community. I love it when you guys are together and liking each other, because remember, Gray Duckling said today that if people insult him, he's going to donate a bunch. So I'm really happy that people are deciding to band together and get Gray Ducklings back. Balls Deep, becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Those memberships, we love them. So did you see what happened with this UPS flight in Louisville? Holy shit. You don't see... I mean, we've kind of been seeing the lead up to big plane crashes in this country. We've been seeing like flights. I guess that was Canada, that flight that landed and then tipped over. We've had planes come in landing on fire in the last couple of years. We've had planes burst into flames on the runway, but everybody gets out and everything else. This was one of the first like deadly runway crashes we've seen in a while, and I believe it was a cargo plane. It was taking off from SDF at about 5:15, and it was heading toward Honolulu. And then this happened. Let's put this up here. And I'm sorry, there's no sound on this. But there's the plane. It's coming in, engine on fire. And there it goes. Boom. I've never seen that before. You've seen planes fall out of the sky and crash. I've never seen a plane just on the runway on fire and then just goes up. Apparently 7 people are dead so far. Must have been a black kid at a mall fight filming it, because he's not good with the camera. But oh boy. So many letters to Santa Claus just up in smoke. 7 dead so far. Obviously, trouble with the engine. There are no reports of anyone trapped, but more than a dozen entities were on the scene, and buildings were being searched. The fires from the crash were out at about 11 p.m. last night. Now, this is the mayor of Louisville, and I don't want anyone commenting on the mayor's eyes. Can you guys do me a favor and just be nice to the mayor of Louisville? If you're the mayor of Louisville, Kentucky, you don't expect to be on like national television ever during your run as mayor. You're just some guy who's supposed to sit in a room, keep the books, and show up at the city council meetings. But this is Mayor Greenberg, stop it, of Louisville, Kentucky.
Good evening, everybody.
And also with you.
First, I'd like to send my prayers to the families of the victims of this tragic crash. Send my prayers
It's kind of rude that you're not making eye contact with them, Mayor Mersch.
Our entire UPS family across Louisville and across the country. UPS is such an important part.
Wait a minute. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see what just happened? The sign language interpreter came in late. All the deaf people in the room had no idea what the fuck was going on for like the first 15 seconds of this thing. Look at this.
Send my prayers to our entire
blah, blah,
UPS
blah. That's all they're hearing. Blah, 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 blah.
And across the country. UPS is such an important part.
But there she goes.
Louisville family.
They missed that first part.
And we know it's a tough evening, as it will be in the days ahead. And prayers to all of Louisville. Another tragedy that we're dealing with together, but we will come together stronger. We will support those who have lost loved ones and friends, and we will move forward as we have in the past. As of right now, we know there are 4 confirmed fatalities, and we believe there are additional fatalities as well.
They're up to 7 right now.
To notify next of kin before we provide other confirmations on that, as well as additional injuries. Many or all of whom have been taken to U of L Health, and they've provided some information on the people that they have treated this evening. But we still have first responders who are actively searching the scene right now, so we will continue to provide more information on victims as it becomes available.
they're saying that all of the victims of this crash were outside of the plane. Like all of the deaths, at least the first 4 deaths, were people not on the plane. They were just in kind of the blast radius. And that's how, right now it's at least 7 dead. That's the total, as you see right there. At least 7 dead after catastrophic plane crash at Louisville Airport. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, I saw that the engine literally fell off. That's, really, I'm not an avionics expert, but if your engine falls off, I believe you're in really big trouble. It's just look, just one man's opinion, an amateur's opinion, knowing what I know just from flying on planes. If you lose an engine, that's always considered bad. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, could have landed on that forehead. I said be nice to the mayor. God. I tell you guys to do something and you deliberately do the opposite. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, the deaf heard blah, blah. I heard radio goo-goo. Redbird with $1 says, the only thing gayer than Gray Duckling was Tater Tits hard on this morning when he saw that homoerotic pile of fabric pretending to be a shirt hanging in his closet. Now, wait a minute. Not only was that an insult to Gray Duckling, which I specifically told you guys not to do today, because Gray Duckling said, I sure hope nobody insults me into donating. So not only did I tell you guys to be nice to him, and you weren't, but also, why am I catching strays? What did I do? I'm sitting here trying to give you the news. We're going to talk about communists today. We're going to talk about offensive Halloween costumes. We're talking about a very somber plane crash, and you insult my clothing when I'm on a generational run. How dare you? Arch Magus Tim with $5. Thank you, Arch. He says the crash was real bad. It rained a little fuel and burning paper here. Oh, shit. Now, again, I am not an expert, but I do believe that when it rains airplane fuel and paper, that's bad. Again, I know you I know you tune in to get up to the minute disaster coverage from this show because of our expertise. When it rains jet fuel and paper, bad news. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, why are people being nice to Gray Duckling? He's a moron and probably fatter than you, but good choice on the shirt. It's hard to tell what the pattern is and what are your boob outlines. Thank you. Here's the boob outline right here. Well, that wasn't very nice. In fact, Gray Duckling is feeling so insulted by what you guys just did. He contributed 5 memberships over on YouTube.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
See, guys, this is what I mean. You keep insulting Gray Duckling. You keep saying really mean shit about him. And now we end up here where he's gifting memberships on YouTube. Let's see who the biggest Steel Toe fans are who just got memberships. Remember, you are gifted your memberships based on how big of a fan you are. It's all about time spent listening. So the biggest Steel Toe fans that have been caught being giant Steel Toe fans, couple that shoots, Chip Galloway, Ewa, D-Rec, and Sir Tinfoil. I'm so glad Sir Tinfoil got a membership. I like him. So you can all thank Gray Duckling for getting you a membership to your favorite show. Ryobi with $2 says, I caught I think we're doing Fire and Rain. I think we're doing James Taylor here. He says, I caught fire in the rain. Disgusting. It's disgusting. Listen to the plane crash rain. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Not that I can sing normally. 32,000 gallons of jet fuel is apparently what went up. You can still smell it in the air several miles away. Ugh. Yes, Prytherin, the gifted memberships work with time spent listening or time spent. In radio, we used to call it TSL. Ryobi with $2. He sent that one twice. I appreciate it. Not going to turn it down. And guys, try to be a little nicer to Ryobi. Satan's Mechanic says, 4-4 Ron probably doesn't know what jet fuel actually is. Isn't it mostly kerosene? Jet fuel is mostly made up of kerosene. You trying to catch me? You trying to catch me, bitch? Are you really trying to catch me? How dare you? Let's just make sure I don't look like an asshole. What is jet fuel made of? The right stuff. Oh, I was wrong. Jet fuel is a specialized fuel primarily made from petroleum-derived kerosene or a blend of kerosene and gasoline. Yeah, suck my dick. Suck my dick. Actually, the only reason I know that is because Jesse Ventura would talk endlessly about it when he would talk about 9/11. He would go, well, you know, jet fuel is mostly kerosene, so if I put a can of baked beans on my camping stove, why doesn't the fire melt the grates? It's like, shut the fuck up, Jesse. Like, Jesse has this weird way where, like, even when he's right, you're still like, shut up. Stop it. Kraken Slappin says, I liked watching TSL on MTV. That's TRL. It's a totally different thing, and you knew that. K Fallen the Great with $5. Aaron has a misshaped penis, and gay cum suckling is a commie liberal. It's gray duckling. It's not gay cum suckling. You even added syllables, which is not fair. Be nice to gray duckling, or he's gonna donate again. Redbird with $1 says, play the video again. I want to watch the summary of your your last 5 years in 10 seconds. But yes, did you notice during that plane crash, a beautiful phoenix rose from the ashes? So the metaphor is apt. And that phoenix was great at jail yard basketball. Balls Deep gifting a membership on YouTube. Let's see who else is a big Steel Toe fan. I'm excited. I can't wait. Who's our big Steel Toe fan who got a membership? Ryobi got a membership on YouTube. And by the way, tomorrow after the morning show, we will be doing the members only show. So that's fun for everybody. Annoyed Wawa supervisor. That is a very disgusting joke. All right. Should we, let's do what Redbird said. Let's go ahead and watch an impression of the last 5 years of my life. Now, technically, shouldn't we be playing this in slow motion? Here it is. Here's the last 5 years. All right. Well, you know, there's a fire there, but it looks manageable. If they can just get on the ground and, you know, see a mechanic, they can put that fire out. They can fix the engine, but Aaron will be okay. He's cruising. Oh, shit. Yeah, shouldn't have got married again. That was a mistake. Oh, boy. Well, it's the bitches that'll get you, isn't it, Aaron? You made that bed. But look at that. Can you see that? There's a beautiful phoenix just flying out of that fireball, ready to rise to the top all over again. Or at least do a 4-hour morning show while you're at work so you can send me $2 at a time. We can make a few $100 and I can be utterly humiliated. I mean, either way, we're all having fun. And isn't that what's important? Joey Caravello with $2 says Jesse Ventura shoves pool cues up his ass just to feel something. Again, Joey Caravello, not a big fan of the phrase allegedly. Well, thank you guys for that fun little start to the show. We're 2:45 away from tonight's goal. Thank you today. It's dark out in Minnesota. Whenever I'm streaming now, it's dark out. Whether it's morning or evening, we set the clocks back. It's dark all the time now. It's dark all the time. Truth Jesus Gun Freedom says that plane only had a $50 fine at some point. Oh, it must have been for environmental reasons. What, did that plane have a retarded friend? Is that what happened? I hate when that happens, you know? That plane had a big mouth retard for a buddy. And, then that engine blew up. Son of a bitch. Let's go to the text line. Gray Duckling gives a really good blowjob, doesn't he, Aaron? I wouldn't know because Gray Duckling has never sucked on my penis. No man has ever touched my genitals in any sort of way, and I do intend to keep it that way for the rest of my life. Thank you very much. May we move on? No, we may not. Veldrain with $1 says Gray Duckling is all right. Hey, see, that's a nice thing that he just said about Gray Duckling. Except that he watches some chubby gay guy every morning. How is that? Guys, he's going to gift memberships again. Coltrane with $1 says Mustang crashes into crowd during plane race. That one guy we are picking on sucks balls. His heart wasn't even in that one. Redbird with $1 says that's not a phoenix. That's the charred corpse that was your chance to get back on radio. Sometimes I feel like George McFly, and you're all Biff. Get your damn hands off her. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye. He says it's nice that Gray Duckling outs himself as the biggest faggot watching on YouTube. He's been fucked in the butt more than Mersha's cats, and that's just 2 more times than Aaron. Now, first of all, you guys can do the Gray Duckling thing, but why do I have to catch strays in this bit? I don't understand why I need to be a part of this at all. Sosa saying that Governor DeSantis should build a wall. You know, it's funny you mention that. The very next thing we have today, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has asked a state representative if they filed legislation yet to tariff New Yorkers fleeing to Florida. It looks so. There was another governor that said they were going to do this. Ron DeSantis is talking about a 100% tariff on things that come from New York. Now, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that a governor of one state could tariff shit that comes in from another state. Can they? I mean, just because DeSantis says you can, that doesn't necessarily mean. Wouldn't that be regulating interstate commerce, and wouldn't that be Congress's job? Can states tariff each other? Can states impose a tariff on another? Learn more with AI mode. Cool. Get the fuck out of here. Let me get my goddamn answer. No, states cannot impose tariffs on another state. The U.S. Constitution prohibits this. The U.S. Constitution's import-export clause prevents states from levying imposts or duties on imports and exports. And the power to regulate interstate and foreign commerce is given to Congress. See, your constitutional expert of a host here already told you that. This power was intentionally designed to prevent states from interfering with interstate and foreign commerce and to ensure uniform duties, stop giggling, and taxes are applied across the nation. Yeah, guys, it's Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. God, Karen, you're so stupid. Either way, DeSantis, I guess you could take the Trump tact of it can't hurt to try. I mean, he can try to do a 100% tariff on New York goods, but I don't think, Rexy, I don't think that one's got the distance. So you guys in New York, apparently big fans, you're trying to do, you know how like a bar will do 80s night? I think New York is trying to do an 80s night, only the 80s night they're doing is Moscow, by electing Zohran Mamdani. Now, I don't think you should be so hard on the people of New York City, because what were their options? You know, what choice did New Yorkers have? Their other choice was Andrew fucking Cuomo, who's a criminal, who somebody had a really funny joke yesterday, though. They said, boy, I bet you Cuomo's really regretting killing those tens of thousands of elderly people during COVID. They really could have come in handy tonight. They could have. If all those elderly people would have voted for Cuomo instead of, being dead from him putting elderly, sick COVID patients in nursing homes, maybe he could have stood a chance. But let's be honest, most of them were going to vote Sliwa. Once Jewish people who vote for Cuomo reach retirement age, they're all living in Florida anyway. So we've got Zohran Mamdani. There was if you don't know much about him other than you've been watching other people say he's a filthy commie and he's a terrible guy, let's take a few minutes out of this I think John Stossel does a great job. John Stossel did a 6-minute report on Zohran Mamdani. Let's watch a little bit of this. Let's see what New York is up against. Now, a lot of people are just writing this off completely, saying he's a commie, he's done, it's over, New York is fucked, so on and so forth. But hear me out. What if it works? You know, sometimes weird shit happens. You know, there's been times where people have done stuff that all the experts said, that'll never work. That's a terrible idea. Or more so, they've said, wow, this is really going to be great. You guys are going to love this. And it bombs spectacularly. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. So let me be the optimistic one. And I know it makes some of you sick for me to be optimistic, but let me be the optimistic one and say, maybe it works. You know, I don't think it will. I don't like socialism. I don't like communism, but what if? Let's, you know, even if you know something's going to suck, at least when it's new, there's still that what if you can ask. Now, I understand the closer you are to New York City, the less you really give a shit that, you know, hey, it's a mystery. A good thing could happen. But as a guy who's thousands of miles away, watching from the outside, I'm a little intrigued. You know who's not happy right now? People who live in Florida and people who live in Texas. Because the people who live in Florida and Texas know that they're going to get more fucking New Yorkers coming to their state. You guys are going to get more, especially wealthy New Yorkers. You guys are going to get a lot of rich New York liberals moving to your state. You're going to get a lot of the people that, you know, are just kind of left of center. Because Zohran Mamdani, in fairness, he is out there. He's way out to the left. I think self-proclaimed socialist, right? So you guys who live in Florida and Texas, you're probably getting some more New Yorkers. More people calling pizza pie. Sorry about that. You know, that's what's nice about living in a wintry hellscape that's overtaxed and already kind of liberal. Nobody ever wants to move here. Plenty of space. You should drive the roads sometime. Wide open fields, especially on the res. So let's see what Stossel had to say about Zohran Mamdani. And, you know, again, guys, maybe he's not that bad.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Don't you fucking threaten us.
Zohran Mamdani will probably be my next mayor. He's popular.
Winning more primary votes than any mayoral candidate in New York City history.
People like him because he's good looking, charismatic.
Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, 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 chop it up.
The media.
Yeah, everyone should have voted for anyone but him. How did Curtis Sliwa not win this thing? I know he only got 7%. What was that shit?
I can't get enough of him.
And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani.
He should have been running around New York going 6'7", right, kids? 41. Shut up.
They also like him because he's
A proud Democratic Socialist.
a democratic socialist, like AOC.
I am here.
Look, there's a couple things that AOC has that I like that he doesn't have. I forgive a lot of AOC's democratic socialism because people are saying that as she gets older, she's getting a little chunkier and whatever. I think she's still very cute. I think that AOC is still a beautiful woman. Especially, you guys, you got to grade on a curve. It's politics. They're all ugly.
Loud and proud to rank Zohran Mamdani #1 for mayor of New York City.
They and most of the media have something in common.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism.
I don't usually cover local politics, but I'll make an exception for Mamdani because
Mamdani's first order of business is pulling people like John Stossel out of their homes and beating them with clubs and giving it to a black family with 15 children. That's why John Stossel is going to make an exception for Zohran Mamdani. Because remember what Bane had people do in The Dark Knight Rises? Yeah. It's take back your city. New York City is yours. Do as you please.
what he believes is what so many privileged young people believe. And these socialist ideas are just stupid.
Well, tell us what you really think. Am I right, John? Yeah, you guys in New York don't have a sense of humor about this, do you? I'm sorry. You know me. I try to joke through things. It's why I'm so charming. But I get the vibe from New Yorkers. Like, I got some texts coming in here. I got some PayPals that we got to get to. New Yorkers are not happy about this, and they don't seem to share my giddy enthusiasm for the what if aspect of this. Now, look, on the record, do I think this is going to crash and burn? It's going to be a goddamn nightmare for you guys. I'm sorry. Get out now. before he blows up the bridges. But from here, what if a little socialism works? Bernie 2032 when he's 106 years old.
In this video and the next, we'll look at why socialist policies always backfire.
Socialism. Terrifying word.
Mamdani.
No, but it is. Like, don't. There's a lot of people who are here from Cuba and China and the old Soviet Union who it really is a scary word to them. I don't like it when like democratic socialists do that shit. They're like, oh yeah, socialism, scary. And then some Chinese person is like, my grandma and my entire family is dead. So, yeah, it's kind of scary to them. Castro fucking cunt punted my dog because I bought a McDonald's cheeseburger. Yeah, it's a little scary here.
Mocks those who fear socialism. He says democratic socialism just means
The commitment to dignity, a state that provides whatever is necessary for its people to live a dignified life.
That sounds nice, but a dignified life is not what socialism brings.
Now, in fairness, like if you're a young person who has nothing, right? And you could argue that capitalism brought this on. Because let's say you're an old person, let's say you're a young person. You watched your parents in the 80s bought a house for 60 grand. Now it's worth $500,000. And they're sitting on all this equity. And you're sitting there, you're getting your dad was a fucking shoe salesman like Al Bundy. Now you're sitting here, you have a job that pays very well. You got a 4-year degree. Your introductory job is paying you like 75 grand a year. But you got student loans. You got expenses, and with that money in your pocket, you still can't afford a decent house because a decent house is at least $350,000 where you live. So, yeah, I can see where if a democratic socialist came in and went, hey, do you hate how all these bankers and fat cats are fucking you over? Don't you hate how you reach into your pocket and regardless of what your paycheck says, all you're coming up with is lint? Don't you hate it? Isn't it awful? Well, guess what? What I'm offering you is dignity. That's what every socialist revolution has preyed on. Every socialist revolution has preyed on people who don't have a lot having to watch all of these wealthy fuckers pretend it's the greatest place that ever existed. You get resentful, and those resentful people turn to socialism. That's why income inequality is not a good thing. You guys don't want that, no matter how we feel about our capitalism and freedom and everything else. That income inequality becomes too big. It becomes a time bomb. And there's a very dangerous thing for any society, and I feel like we're kind of getting to that point, and it's the forgotten poor. You know, the forgotten poor or the forgotten working man. They get resentful. They do rash shit. These are emotional people. You know, thank God, like back in the 60s and 70s, when the working poor got really tired of shit or the working class got really tired of shit, they went for Richard Nixon. They were called the silent majority. They were tired of these goddamn hippies, so they went to the right. But a lot of times when you have this end stage capitalism like we have, a lot of the have-nots go, fuck it, let's try the guy who's saying dignity.
Mamdani was more honest about that before he ran for mayor.
The end goal of seizing the means of production.
Seizing the means of production. That means government controls most everything. To house poor people, government should take over apartment buildings.
Whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee.
I call it the abolition of private property. I mean, some people would call it theft. You're stealing. Now, socialists believe that private property is inherently theft. And that's, I guess, something we could have a socialist on to talk about. I don't particularly agree with that. Here's like as socialist as I'm willing to go. I think the thing that fucks up any kind of socialism and ends the conversation for me is government involvement. Here's as socialist as I'm willing to go. Unions and co-ops. Private sector unions, co-ops. All right, cool. Stores owned by the workers. That's kind of fun. That sounds like a cool idea if they can keep the shit together and put someone in charge who can actually handle these things. All right, I don't mind co-ops. We can do co-ops. But the government gets involved. All you're going to get, look at this. Look at capitalism. Look at how many greedy fuckers in government we got with their hands in the pot and guys who are in cahoots with the robber barons already. And now your plan with socialism is for those government jackasses to take a bigger chunk of the pot, to take all of the means of production? You don't think it's going to be a corruption fest? Look at anywhere, the Soviet Union, Korea, China, all of them. Corrupt politicians with their fingers in every honeypot, just grabbing, let me wet my beak a little. They're all a bunch of Don Fanucci's in government. So you want to give, make them as small as you can. The government that takes the least can be corrupted the least. But this guy, to live your life, to become an adult and think that the government is going to make noble decisions for its people, it's mental fucking illness.
It is preferable to what is going on right now.
But abolition of private property has been tried.
¿Y este edificio?
Es un edificio que tiene comercio privado de joyería.
Expropiese. Expropiese.
Everywhere it's been tried. Government ownership wrecks lives. Here's what grocery stores sometimes look like in socialist Venezuela.
Right. Why do you have to keep up housing? What motivation do you have to keep up a grocery store if you've got all the guns? If people are going to bitch, who gives a shit? We'll kill them. At least, and look, are our corporations great? No, a lot of them fucking suck because they're in bed with government. We have an oligarchy. We have late stage capitalism oligarchy here. But at least with a private corporation, there's stock prices, there's profits and losses, there's at least some checks to keep it from going all the way off the rails. That doesn't mean it's perfect. But with socialism, they take your guns away. They seize ownership of all the property. Now what quality control is there? A bureaucrat?
Donnie says,
I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging. These stores will...
But these grocery stores aren't price gouging. These grocery stores, what they do is they have to buy their products for a certain price. Then they have to figure in how much they pay their employees, how many discounts they give, what they spend on marketing, everything else, and then they have to mark up those products to factor in. My dad was a baker, and a lot of the times those bakeries would be inside of grocery stores. So he ended up knowing a lot about the grocery business. And one thing, because they'd take their breaks, you'd talk to the grocery store managers, you'd all break together, you'd all have lunch together, whatever. And one thing he was consistently told by, these aren't owners of grocery stores. These are he also was friendly with the owner of the company he worked for, Jerry's Foods Incorporated. He was Jerry Paulson. He knew the guy pretty well. And they would talk, and Jerry Paulson would always say, look, Jerry Paulson was a guy who owned like a bunch of Cub Foods in the metro area. And Jerry Paulson would always tell my dad and other people who worked in the bakery, he would say, grocery stores have a 2% profit margin. That means of every dollar we spend, or of every dollar we take in, 2% of it is profit. That's not a lot. That's razor that you can't fuck up running a grocery store. It's not like these guys are jacking up the prices and taking home 50%.
Operate without a profit motive and will pass on those savings to you.
No profit motive. That appeals to...
Hey, congratulations, guys. There will be no publicly owned grocery stores, but you'll get a 2% off everything coupon. Isn't that awesome? Or the prices will stay exactly the same and all of the workers will get a 2% raise. Hey, what's inflation at? 2.7? Cool. This is going to work great.
People. But the profit motive is exactly what keeps stores stocked and why we spend much less on food than we did 100 years ago and why we have more options.
Hundreds of sales every week.
We have choices because capitalists must compete to get your dollars.
Right. There's a reason the Aldi model caught on. You have single workers doing multiple jobs, so it cuts down on the labor cost. You buy from wholesalers. You buy directly from the source. You find cheaper products that don't have as big of a marketing budget, so they mark down their prices. You have people return the carts. You're not spending money on items, and you can cut prices a little bit. That's because they have to compete against Coburn's, or they have to compete against Trader Joe's or Lunds and Byerly's, whatever.
Your experience at your profit-seeking grocery store to
dysfunction at the DMV.
Government services bring tedious bureaucracy.
I agree with him, but this is one unpopular take that I have that I can't get anyone to go with me on. Maybe I just don't use the DMV that much. I've never had a problem at the DMV. Like the things I've gone for, motorcycle permit, renewing my license, taking a driver's test. I think that's pretty much all I've ever gone to the DMV for. But whenever I go, renewing my tabs, whenever I getting my real ID, whenever I go, it's pretty, I'm in and out of there within 15 minutes. It's not bad. Maybe it's, I don't know. Shoreview, Minnesota, not the biggest city in the world. St. Cloud, Minnesota, one of the bigger cities in Minnesota, but not, huge. But I've never had an issue at the DMV.
People say hours-long waits have been greeting them at the doors.
I don't want my grocery store run like that.
Shelves are empty at an East Kansas City grocery store that's gotten millions of dollars from taxpayers.
Oh, I remember that. Kansas City tried this. They tried a taxpayer grocery store where they could cut the prices and everything else. They couldn't keep the shelves stocked because they couldn't afford the inventory. It's almost like Jerry Paulson said, grocery stores operate at a razor-thin margin. People think they're going to take away the profit motive and that there's so much profit in these businesses that it's just going to rain honey and milk and sweets and sugar and vegetables and fruits. It only rains fruits in San Francisco. But you take away the profit margins from these grocery stores, 2%. That's what you get back of a successful one, 2%.
Cities have tried subsidizing groceries, but the results aren't pretty.
A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
Yet Mamdani promises
City-owned grocery stores with guaranteed lower prices.
even if Mamdani's stores work better, they'll cost tax dollars and take customers from businesses that pay taxes.
Bunch of Jews in New York voted for a Muslim socialist. And well, Jews created socialism, so I guess that makes sense. But like another Muslim attack that Jews didn't warn New York about. There we go. Son of a bitch.
How are you going to try to come in and disrupt our livelihood?
Mamdani doesn't discuss how subsidies destroy private tax-paying competition. He just says socialism helps everyone by taking from the ultra-rich.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
Mamdani's.
All right, you ready? You ready to hear something a little fucked up on my part? I don't totally disagree with him on that. I'm talking about, I don't think anybody should, if you make $1 billion, good for you. That's great. Whatever. I don't necessarily think you're inherently doing anything wrong. Although I don't think anyone gets to billions without at some point some subsidy and some help and some tax breaks from the government. I don't think billionaires have ever existed without my tax dollars going to them in some way, shape, or form. I don't think it's ever happened. But let me say this. Or government contracts or whatever. My tax dollars have helped you become a billionaire. I don't think it's good for society to have billionaires. Because again, it gets to that have-nots, that poverty thing, the wealth inequality. I'm not saying billionaires shouldn't be allowed. I think billionaires should be allowed. I'm just saying I'm not sure it's good for society that billionaires exist. If that money got recirculated into the economy, and stopped at $999,999,999.99. If that got stopped and put back into the economy or invested into other infrastructures or balanced the budget or whatever, I think that would be better.
Says he'll fund his handouts by taxing the rich. But wealth taxes never bring in what's promised.
That is true.
People don't work to pay taxes.
Economist Art Laffer famously pointed out that at a certain level, higher taxes stop bringing in more money.
We also found out that Art Laffer is into green and red titties. Something else you didn't know about the guy.
Because rich people work hard to escape high taxes.
They'll change where they earn their income. They'll change how they earn their income. They'll change how much they earn. When they receive the income, they'll change all of those things to minimize taxes.
Now, if you put income taxes, for example, if you try to raise them Like right now, the highest bracket is $607,000. Every dollar after $607,000, you pay 37%. Now, let's say you try to raise that to like every dollar after $750,000, you pay 50%. What a guy might do is incorporate and then pay himself as a board member or an owner of the corporation, which is then a capital gains. That's what's called, in depending on whether you have an LLC or a corporation, it's an ownership draw or it's a dividend payment. And those are not taxed as personal income. So they will, I mean, that's easy for anyone to do. Shit, you could do it. I do it.
They will leave the United States.
This billionaire once told me that if New York's taxes go up, rich people will just leave.
You haven't left.
I haven't left yet.
Are you going to leave?
Big story if I leave, I guess. If I leave New York.
He went to Mar-a-Lago.
He did eventually leave.
The rich people are going to leave, and other people are going to leave. You're going to end up with lots of people that don't produce, and then...
That's the problem.
That's the spiral.
If you say, we're going to live on the lifeblood of the rich, we're going to eat the rich, and it's going to fund the poor, the rich are going to leave. We've seen this in California. We've seen this in New York already. They go to Texas. They go to Florida, where it's a lot cheaper for them to live, and there's sunshine year-round. Can't beat that. I went to Clearwater Beach for the first time in May of this year. Fell in love. I'll probably go back. It was really nice. And if you're like, I don't have any kids, they're all grown up, I make good money, and they're trying to tax the piss out of me here, and it snows 7 months, 8 months out of the year, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you pack up and go to Clearwater Beach or St. Pete Beach or Fort Myers or somewhere like that?
The end.
It's why Europe axed its wealth taxes. Millionaires just left. Even if you don't like rich people, losing them means losing tax revenue and jobs. In America, it's even easier to leave your city or state. Millions have already done that, fleeing places like California, New York, and Illinois. Mamdani sometimes knows this.
We are talking about our tax base growing smaller and smaller each day with New Yorkers leaving.
Everybody's going to check out a Dodge while that guy's around.
It's crazy. It's not like this is a new idea. Does Mamdani even know that his state already tried high taxes on the rich? They didn't work.
We projected that we'd get $4 billion, and we actually got well short of it.
I mean, how could David Patterson not see that coming? Oh, I'm sorry. That was... I mean, at least that guy was blind. He had an excuse.
Maryland tried it too.
It was supposed to bring in $106 million.
That's right.
What happened?
They lost $257 million.
Oh, fuck.
Surprise.
Well, I'm surprised.
Nobody should be surprised. They're out of here. These people weren't stupid.
Do Mamdani's supporters think this time will be different?
Yes. All of these people. Like I saw Hassan Piker was at the victory party. This was going to change it all. This was going to fix it. Let me ask you something. Did your dad get to $5 billion because of people like Mamdani? No. No, he did not. Cocktiff says, go fuck yourselves. Signed, Florida. Harry Ball says, I prefer IRB to Clearwater personally. Well, I've only been to Clearwater. Well, I've been to Orlando too. I was never a big fan of Orlando, if I'm being honest. But, kind of not really much of a comparison, Orlando to Clearwater Beach. I also went to St. Pete. Went to a few bars and restaurants on the pier there. God, that's a beautiful area. I really liked that too. $1 from Redbird says, did you see all the videos of young white women gleefully voting for the commie bastard because he's so diverse? That also bitch about how dangerous the city is for women. Jesus Gun Freedom says, have you ever been to New York, Aaron? Yes, I was in New York, but it was like 20 years ago. The New York I went to was still pretty decent. I went to Bloomberg, New York. And Bloomberg, New York felt pretty safe. There's a couple weirdo homeless bums at night, but, nothing stabby. There was one guy who came up to my friends and I and said, don't go to a sleepover at Michael Jackson's house. You'll fall asleep and he'll play with your ass. Which you can say that's a weird thing to say, but it does check out. At least back then, 2005. It was accurate. But that was a different time, man. That was a different time. And that state, New York could still go back then. Thank you very much to Joey Caravello for $5. Says, get a load of this crying fruit. This is why the right is fucked in New York. Oh, we got a crying fruit. All right, we'll take a look in a second. Redbird, or no, first my lost interest says, yes, I always grade AOC on her curves, as you should. Be More Lent says, I have a hot-ass girlfriend, but I would bang AOC. Look at these guys. She's promoting infidelity, these fucking communist witches. Redbird with $1 says, we've seen what you consider attractive for on. No thanks. I appreciate that, Redbird. That's very, very kind of you. DB says, you will own nothing and be happy. Coltrane with $1 says, the problem is the heads of socialism never live under it, and all the people that vote for it think they'll be at the table, and they will just be serving the table. That's how it goes every time. Right. You just, in communism and socialism, you just shift the aristocracy. In a capitalist society, the aristocracy is the robber barons, the private corporation guys. You switch it to a socialist thing, the aristocracy just becomes the government. It's just, and it's without exception, by the way. Redbird with $1 says he has the full backing of the Muslim Brotherhood, and his father's lifelong goal is the destruction of the United States. This will definitely not backfire. Bernie Sanders is his dad. $1 from Veldrain. He says the poor will be fine and not forgotten. Their children will compete to the death for our entertainment. If your child dies immediately, then it was the will of Allah. See, I didn't know that part. Oh no, Mr. Sista with $1. I thought we were being nice to Gray Duck. Gray Duckling said that if you guys shit talk him today, he's going to have to donate a bunch of money. He's already given 5 memberships. So quit talking shit. Mr. Sista says, remember at the scat bar when you watched me and Gray Duckling do his socialist spin on Belgian chocolate? You misunderstood the chocolate, but still asked for more of my means of production. First of all, I just want to say he's making that up. He's lying. But he's also talking shit about Gray Duckling, which we're against on this program. Coltrane with $1 says socialism makes everyone equal. Equally poor, equally hungry, and equally miserable, except the heads of the party. $1 from Redbird says, okay, no billionaires, but you have to give up all the technology and medical advances that they and their companies have developed in the last 20 years. Well, there's the wiggle. There's the crux. I sit here and I talk big shit about how maybe, having billionaires isn't the best idea in the world. Then you talk about all the shit that billionaires have done, and now all of a sudden it becomes a much trickier predicament, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Thank you guys very much for that. That puts us 240. Oh, we've had too many beans. It's 240 for today. Hey, do me a favor. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I do appreciate that. You guys are rocking and rolling this morning. I really appreciate it. We've also got... Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to get I didn't log into this yet this morning. And I got to throw out a thank you. Now, watch. There's not even going to be a message with this. I didn't even need to log in. I could have just read off the damn thing from my phone. But let's make sure everybody gets a voice. Doorman with $10 says, let's bully him till he comes. God, wouldn't that be gay of him? Wait, what? You're going to bully Zohran Mamdani? Got to be honest, buddy. That's, not only does that sound gay, that sounds out of the way gay. No offense. Hey, guess what that $10 put us at for today? That's right, boys and girls. We're at $230. It's time to go to the dentist. It's time to get checked out at the dentist, boys and girls, because it is indeed tooth hurty. You see, this guy gets it. 230 away from today, 87 memberships on Rumble away from 400. We are starting to creep back up towards that 500 number, and boy, do I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Hostile Soldier says the internet is an outgrowth of military. Billionaires would keep it to themselves. Hostile Soldier also says, I'm concerned with what sauce to use on grilled socialist. Conditioner on my D says Chick-fil-A sauce. Didn't know that. Did not. I'm really happy that people have. You know, when I don't have the answers, I'm glad other members of our community do. Somebody sent in Curtis Sliwa talking. Oh, no. Was Carlos Sliwa crying? Come on, you fruit. You got shot by the Gambino crime family? Which one's the one he won't shut the fuck up about? God. Him and Tupac, the most famous people who have ever gotten shot that weren't presidents. Yeah, the Gambino crime family tried to whack me in a taxi cab. They thought you were someone else. You just looked like a Goomba fucking snitch. So they thought you were another guy. Yeah, let's put on berets and fucking gay jackets and let's go patrol the subways. And then take credit for everything Giuliani did. Curtis Lee was always bugged the shit out of me. He's always come off as one of those like Mark Levin type phonies. And his whole thing is based around, hey, Curtis, what do you think we should do with taxes? Well, back when I was in a taxi cab getting shot by John Getty and the Gambinos, Goomba, it's fucking hell. I guess he was crying last night. You know, when you get old, your T gets low and you become kind of a bitch. Let's listen to Curtis Sliwa, who, if he would have dropped out of the race, by the way, it still looks like Cuomo wouldn't have won. If Sliwa would have dropped out of the race and said, I endorse Cuomo, we got to stop this guy Mamdani. Number one, even if 100% of his voters went and voted for Cuomo, which was highly unlikely, it wouldn't be enough to put Cuomo over the top. But then you got to figure how many might vote for Mamdani. Not everyone is as like politically, dogmatically dug in. A couple of them would vote for Mamdani. But then how many of them would have stayed home? How many people wouldn't have voted if they wouldn't have voted for Curtis Sliwa? So even if Curtis would have dropped out, mathematically, you look at it, I think Mamdani's up by almost 9 points and Sliwa got like 7.5 points. Wouldn't have mattered.
Let me warn our new leader. If you try to implement socialism,
you'll get shot in the back of a taxi cab like I did by the mafia. Oh, Jesus.
If you try to render our police weak and impotent, if you forsake the people's public safety, we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing.
Actually, sounds like how a socialist would talk, ironically. If you do what you say you're going to do, we're going to organize and we're going to have strikes and riots. You know, like they did in Russia in 1970. Fuck. That got away from me a little bit. Yo, let me go in the back here. Let me rework this speech. I hope no Gambinos are back there. You know, they shot me once.
And we will become the mayor-elect and his supporters' worst enemies, worst nightmare.
So, like, literally, New York City, you understand, is turning into a Batman movie. Like, this is becoming like the fourth. This is the fourth movie in the Nolan series. Is Mamdani and Sliwa. Well, look, I know I came into today's show saying, hey, guys, you know, where there's an unknown, there's possibility. And it's possible that maybe this works out somehow for New York. After watching a couple clips today, I got to tell you, I really don't think that's going to happen. Sorry, guys. I really don't think that's going to happen. Hostile Soldier wants to know who's going to pay for the National Guard to be deployed to New York in January. Oh. We've got Floridians in our audience now that are saying we need DeSantis. They want DeSantis to build a wall. They are not fucking around in New York City. They do not want any of this Mamdani smoke. You guys are going to get a lot of people coming in, though. A lot of people are going to be coming in from old NYC. This person writing in, the downtown St. Cloud DMV has never taken me more than 15 minutes. Now, the downtown one, I think it's Midtown, though, isn't it? The Midtown one is where all the Somalis get their licenses. I'm surprised that one is efficient. I'm a fancy in my pantsy. I go to the county one in Waite Park. They got, ironically, efficient white ladies there. I know, right? Who would have thought? Ryan the Garbage Man says, I would say if you want to be a billionaire, fine, but do it without the tax breaks, government subsidies, or government contracts. Bingo, bango, bongo. That's exactly what I believe. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, if you voted for this, you can't leave New York. Oh, my friend, if that's how it worked. If only that's how it worked. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, look how much union leadership makes. Oh, I know. Here, we'll click on that just so other people can have an idea. But union, you become a union guy, you're doing okay. This is number 5, Minnesota, St. Paul. Leaders, employees, and salaries. So this is what union is this? What's the union we're talking about? Bart Anderson, executive director, makes $153,000 in salary, $11,000 in benefits and other compensations. He just doesn't even count the under the table deals. $165,000 a year just for being an executive director of a union. How about a field rep? Eric Jacobson, a field rep for a union, makes $139K a year. What the fuck does a field rep do? Is that a leg breaker? Is that a bribe taker? What's a field rep's job in a union? Berhard Ecken, the political action director, $129,000 a year. What? Now, what union is this, though, that you sent me? I'd really like to know that, like which union this applies to. Look at Gray Duckling with 5 more gifted memberships on YouTube.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Oh, my God. Thank you very much, Gray Duckling. That's going to put us 210 away from today. Holy shit. Should we go ahead and check the YouTube gifted memberships and see who our biggest fans are? Remember, you are the gifted memberships are given to the biggest fans. This is the most time spent listening. You can cope with this however you want. I'm just spitting facts at you. You get a membership, you got to be a big Steel Toe fan. Christian Bushell, internet person. Michael Starr, radio shaman. Oh, no. Not like Jesse P.S.'s radio shaman. Really? Oh, boy. Radio shaman's a big Steel Toe guy. I didn't know. And The Bot, all getting a membership from Gray Duckling. I had no idea. Mike Erb, becoming a member for 19 months, says that shirt and hairdo is a crime. Cops are on the way. What are you talking about? I'm having a generational hera. Generational hera. This is my best look. Cutting the sides, cutting the back, swooping it over. This is my best look. I look professional as all hell. I'm going to say it. Generational hera here on the toe. All right, so Gay Cuckling is now tied for second place. Gay Cuckling is now at 140 for this week. Oh, also, guys, if you donate and you want to be anonymous, donate in the name of Kmart Ready. Kmart Ready said that if he gets to first place today, he's going to unsub from his favorite anti-Steel Toe channels. I would love that kind of W for the toe. He's at 105 right now. Let's rally up for Kmart Ready and see what we can do for the guy. Veldrain with $1 says, I agree with Aaron. Look on the bright side. I hear June in New York City, it's going to be raining men. That's just the people they're going to be throwing from the Bank of America building. That's, I think you misunderstood just a little. 210 away from today's goal. Hot shit. Thank you guys very much. Keep it up. Fauci's Pangolin says, great looks, Sling Blade. Hey, it's not. I don't look like Bill. I don't look like Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade. Please stop. I'm going to tell you right now, it's bullying. I have a question for you guys as we continue on here. We'll get to a couple of listener texts and then we'll go to our next thing. Why are Republicans now like the biggest fucking pussies on earth? Like, weren't conservatives being like the ones who said, oh, free speech, anything goes. We're allowed to be offensive. Remember Elon Musk's big thing? Like, I'll legalize comedy. Shut up, you fucking autistic weirdo. legalized comedy. Ugh, so cringe. But like that was their message. Anything goes. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Now, I'm a sucker because I still believe that. Here's the problem with when you actually believe in things. When it's time to dig in and stand up for those things publicly. I mean, I've had some sort of a public-facing job for 20 years now. And I always get caught in this loop where we all say we believe in something. We're ride or die for that cause. It's a principle for ours, right? And you stick by your principles. And then when it's time to dig your feet in and use an example and say, hey, I'm for that, or hey, I'm against that, you find out that a shitload of people were just talking big and they didn't mean it, and you end up all alone. So, for example, Charlie Kirk gets murdered 2 months ago. Feels like 2 years ago, but he was murdered 2 months ago. And people who don't like Charlie Kirk were wearing Charlie Kirk costumes. And they were wearing the shirt he was wearing when he got shot, and they would have like red paint or red makeup coming out of their neck onto their shirt. And people are like, this should be banned. This is terrible. We should get them fired from their jobs. No, you fucking shouldn't. You are allowed to go as a dead guy for Halloween. You're allowed to go as an Indian. You're allowed to go as a Muslim. You're allowed to go as a fucking gypsy. You're allowed to go as whatever you want. That guy who dressed up outside that bar like a Nazi SS officer, he had every right to go. He had every right to have a good time. If the private bar wanted him to go somewhere else, they didn't want that in their bar, that's their freedom too. But this idea that we should all clutch our pearls and be a bunch of fucking women all of a sudden because, oh, Charlie liked God. Charlie was a conservative. So what? When Charlie was alive, he sanctioned a genocide for most of his life. He was okay with, he cheerleaded what Israel was doing in Gaza. We all do fucked up shit. It doesn't make us good people. It doesn't make us bad people. It should be an amalgamation of our decisions. So here's why I get pissed that I'm the only consistent guy left alive. Because I have to defend on my own guys like Kyle Kuklinski. I still refuse to learn how to say this fucking creep's name. By the way, Kyle Kuklinski is a liberal talk show host. He's Crystal Ball's husband. So Crystal Ball is Kyle Kuklinski's sugar daddy. And he has the worst political takes, worse than mine. You wouldn't believe it. He has the worst political takes. He drags everything on for way too long. Well, Aaron, sounds like you should love this guy. Shut the fuck. So this Kyle Kuklinski tweeted this. You know how people tweet the Spirit Halloween costumes? They make up the Spirit Halloween costume. They list what comes with it. I think it's funny. I like it. I've got a little boomer in me in that case. Well, Kyle Kuklinski made an Erica Kirk costume meme. And it was called Fake Grieving Widow Grifter Costume. Now, I'm sorry, if you ask me, and I lean more right than I do left. Yeah, right, Libto. I lean more right than I do left, and I respected Charlie Kirk. This is fucking hilarious. How many times have we said, she doesn't really seem like a grieving widow? There's something a little off about Erica Kirk. So you'll think that in your head. But if some lefty guy puts out a funny costume, now all of a sudden you go, oh, that's too far. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, and you're going to white knight for Erica Kirk. She's not going to blow you. She's taken by J.D. Vance. So this Kyle Kuklinski, this guy who uses Crystal Ball as an ATM and a beard, made this Erica Kirk costume. And to me, this is broken clock is right twice a day. I think it's funny. Anyone upset by this, I don't think you can spend the last 10 years of your social media facing life calling other people snowflakes and then sit here and shed tears over an Erica Kirk costume, which is shockingly accurate. Who wears leather pants while they're grieving?
Let's have this conversation. People are asking questions. I'm asking questions, but a lot of people are asking questions. And what are they asking?
Is it the Jews? Oh, were you not? You weren't asking that, were you? I'm sorry. God damn it. I get set up every time.
They're saying, why is she running her hands through J.D. Vance's hair? Why is she doing that?
Because she wants that sweet Peter Thiel sponsored sausage. That's why, my man.
It is a very, very intimate thing to do. And I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen with people who are not dating, who are not together.
Right. It's like, you watch Erica Kirk grab J.D. Vance's hair like that, you get a little hard. I mean, that's an aggressive move. You're like, my girl touches my hair that way. And if another girl touched my hair that way, she'd fucking kill us both.
Why does he have his hands on her hips? That's another thing I haven't seen unless you're fucking...
Now, in fairness, I heard that J.D. Vance only put his hand on Erica Kirk's hip because he thought she was going to also put her hand on his hip and that she would dip and then he would dip and then they would dip. And that didn't happen. I'm the funniest fucking guy out there. There's nobody better. And it's because I'm proud of that.
Dating. Why is she wearing leather clubbing sexy pants at what's supposed to be just a run-of-the-mill event, and here she is around J.D. Vance?
Now I heard this. This was a rumor I got from a group chat with Candace Owens. The rumor is she wears the leather pants because J.D. likes what he calls tasteful toe. And when the leather pants are on, he gets a little bit of tasteful toe. J.D. Vance, from what I've heard in my group text with Candace Owens, it's called church toe. And that just sounds sweet.
Why did she say publicly that J.D. reminds her of Charlie?
He said their balls smell the same. It's not too soon, guys. It's fine. Come on out and play.
Why did J.D. say publicly that he wants his wife to convert to Christianity, throwing his fucking wife under the bus?
Because he doesn't want his wife to burn in hell as some kind of weird Hindu octopus god worshiper.
Throwing his wife directly under the bus. Why was her head also on Jesse Waters' chest? That's another thing that happened, which was very apparent and very clear, and everybody had to pretend like it wasn't bizarre as we were all witnessing it. Why did she rush in to fundraise off of Charlie Kirk's murder? That seems wildly inappropriate to me.
We can all hate Kyle Kukalinski. We can all think he's shit. We can think his ideas are stupid. We can think that, he's like little boy liberal podcaster with his big grown-up suit on. We can all think that. I have yet to hear a single thing that I disagree with Kyle Kukalinski on when it comes to Erica Kirk.
Wildly inappropriate in that moment. Why did she post?
I would like to see this guy's DMs and what fucking slag fans of his show he's writing to. You got to be careful of people like this. Guys like this who get a little too pontificating, they've got so many fucking cooter shots in their DMs. And that's just the ones he takes of himself. But guys like this are talking slutty. Guys like this, they've got female fans. You got to remember, a guy like Kyle Kukalinski never had pussy thrown at him once in his life. Now he's really, really popular in terms of like having an internet show. He doesn't have to have a goal every day. And like, you get Kyle Kukalinski, a few female fans, they write to him. A guy like Kyle Kukalinski, I look at him, I think he can say no twice. He can't say no a third time.
Creepy videos on social media of her holding her dead husband's hand with him laying in the casket, getting fucking social media clout off of his demise.
And that part I could argue that's something people do sometimes. Sometimes people do take the hand of their loved one after they're dead. I mean, I touched my grandparents' hands when they were in the casket. I wouldn't say I held them. They're very stiff. They're preserved, but I touched their hands,
Are you kidding me?
If I can't look over a corpse at a wake for too long because my brain starts to running 1,000,000 miles per hour, and I'm like, oh no, what if their eyes open? What if they're like the Undertaker? That creeped me the fuck out. And then it just starts to be inappropriate, and I just leave.
If I was fucking murdered, do you think Crystal would take a picture holding my dead hand as...
No, she'd start fucking Cigar, her co-host. She'd do the opposite of J.D. Vance. She would lose a white guy and fuck an Indian guy. That's what Crystal would do. She would call, it would be called calling a reverse, she'd pull a reverse Vance.
I'm in the carcass and fucking trying to make a social media clout moment off of it. Are you kidding me? That's fucking grotesque.
Hey, Kyle, there's only one way to put that to the test, buddy. Are you vaccinated?
We're not going to pretend like it's not. It absolutely positively is. Why were there fucking pyrotechnics at his funeral?
Oh, shut the fuck up,
before
dude.
She spoke like it was...
No, shut up. Pyro's awesome. We should all have pyro everywhere. I wish, if it wasn't for ventilation issues and not being able to keep the windows open in the wintertime in Minnesota, I would have pyro to start the show every day. Are you kidding? I'm against him on that. That's the first thing he said where I've been like, I'm out. Everyone at a funeral should get pyro. Imagine an intro music. Like grandma walks in during grandpa's funeral. I walk alone. And Batista's pyro is playing and your grandma gets down and does the fucking sumo akebono machine gun bit. That would be pretty awesome. I walk into my parents' funeral. Kennedy! I do the mic drop thing. And I hail from Shoreview, Minnesota. Come on. You're saying that a widow at a funeral coming out to Macho Man's theme music, streamers on their arms and everything, and sweet pyro wouldn't be an awesome way to do a funeral? Shut up, Kukulinski.
Some sort of WWE event. Like it was some sort of fucking celebration.
Cool. Cult of Personality hits. Your fucking uncle, already drunk from the morning's pre-funeral celebration, looks at his watch, pounds the ground, and goes, "It's clobbering time!" That would be awesome.
Why did she immediately come out and say, I'm going to take over Charlie's position at TPUSA? Don't you think that the overwhelming majority of people, especially if you're torn up psychologically and mentally, wouldn't you say, you know what, I'm going to step back from the spotlight. I'm going to have some time to mourn. I'm going to have some time to reflect.
Look, I don't know why this guy is defending the costume so hard. I'm on your side. I think a lot of people believe that Erica Kirk looks like a strange grieving widow. This is what happens when you read the comments section too much. I don't know. Maybe I got too much confidence in what I do for the internet. Maybe I'm not for this world. I don't know. But like so many of you read comments and you get sensitive and you get pussy. Like, who gives a shit what other people think? Do the thing you do. And if other people don't like it, make them fucking watch you. That's what I've done. There's a bunch of people out there who hate me. I'm a polarizing figure. Either for my political takes, my news takes, or because of shit they've made up that they think is true. It doesn't matter. If people hate your guts, let them cope, let them seethe, and you just have a good time. God damn, all of these people. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to defend this costume. Laugh with the costume. Enjoy the costume. It's not even a real fucking costume. God damn, man. Did you make the joke? Did you like the joke? All right, then make everybody else fucking choke on it in the comment section. And it's way more fun to set a fire and walk away, but that takes confidence. That takes self-assuredness. And I guess not all of us have that.
I'm going to have some time to rethink my life. I'm going to have some time to get my shit together since I just lost my fucking better half. No, she immediately jumped in and said, I'm going to take Charlie's position at TPUSA. Why are there videos that are all over?
Well, I mean, if you had your husband killed, wouldn't you need to get right back to work right away? I mean,
social media, and they are, you can't deny it, of her crying, but it's 100% proven there are no tears.
Oh,
She's got
come
the
on.
tissues,
Now
you're
we're
doing
just
the thing,
getting gay.
But then you zoom in, there's no tears. Why is that happening? You could yell at me for acknowledging reality, but I'm fucking acknowledging reality, and everybody knows it.
You have dyed blonde hair that doesn't match your beard. We don't get to talk about gay shit, Kyle Kukulinski. So I don't understand why he's working so hard to defend this. I don't know why he's in the comments section giving a shit what people think anyway. It's a funny costume. Stop defending yourself. You're fine. If people don't like it, that's good. You should have a lot of people who hate your fucking guts. That means you're good at talking into this thing. God, people's desire to be eternally loved by strangers. I don't get it. Maybe that's why so much shit just rolls off my back, but I just find it pathetic that other people need to have a 100% approval rating. Fuck. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw me a few bucks. That's all I'm saying. I don't care why you do it. Red Fox Mad with 199 says that was AFSCME Council 5. Okay, thank you. Ace with 499 says how much to grow just a mustache. I'm not there. I'm not at that level of desperation yet. I'll let you know when I am. I'll probably be gone before I get to that level of desperation, my man. $2 from Joey Caravello says, have you ever seen that video of Keanu going to town on herself? I'll wait. I have not seen any such video. I do not know if one exists. I'll check my email in a couple of minutes. We also have $1 from, holy shit, the chat has been moving. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, Aaron, besides all the things against you, you have going against you, gay, fat, a stint in prison, it was jail, etc., you will never be as punchable as Kyle. Thank you. I'm not as punchable as Kyle Kukumunka-Linsky. One person, hostile soldiers pissed. He's like, why is nobody mentioning the pink tie? Because it's like the 9th thing gay of him. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, in China, they have strippers at funerals. Everybody grieves differently, my man. Hulkamash a baby with $1 says, you can't remember to hook up the phone and change the date on stream. You'd forget to reload the pyro by day 2. I'd argue with him, but when a guy's right. Zenman with $1 says, dollar store David Arquette needs to calm his tits. People grieve in different ways. When St. Floyd died, burned the cities down. Looks like Erica wants to embrace the thing her husband built. The back of J.D. Vance's neck? Oh, you meant Turning Point USA. Okay. Sorry about that. Cleaner says the Kiki vid is real. She made 2. Oh. Well, I mean, God bless. What am I supposed to do with that information? It's not like I can play it. Didn't she have an OnlyFans for a while? It's not like she's ever hid that. Had an OnlyFans for a while. I mean, if you had an OnlyFans, chances are you got a video of you either going to town on yourself or going to town with somebody else. Makes sense to me. What are you guys, a bunch of fucking middle school virgins? Oh, she has boobies and a hoo-ha, and she showed it sometimes. Whoa. What do you got? Are you a bunch of 12-year-olds with a fucking Playboy going behind the gas station? You fucking creeps. Yes, sometimes women play with their pussies. Should not be breaking news. Alan with $10. Thank you very much over there on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, look at that. 195 away from today. You guys have just been nice and easy bringing her down to 0 today. We're by 8:30, we're supposed to be under 200. You guys are well ahead. Let's get to 100 by 9:30. I mean, hell, if you want to do it by 8:30, I'm fine with it. But today's show is a cruising. Thank you very much. This person writing in about the DMV again. My point exactly. I meant the downtown one in the Capitol building that no one thinks about, always clean and efficient. I didn't even know they had one there. Can you look up Disney's Mr. Yama and prove they didn't use your likeness? I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't look this up because I'm not going to be happy with what I see. Disney Mr. Yama. Images. I fucking hate. I'm leaving. I would say I'm going home, but I'm already here. I don't like you guys. It's official. I don't like you. You're not nice. The only thing you do is keep me employed. The only thing you do is you throw money at the toe that I am eternally grateful for. You said a long time back in the radio days, you said if this show ever went online, fuck Gary, we'd support you, blah, 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 blah. And you followed through for 5 years. More than I've been around longer at the level I'm at than anyone who talks about me, than anyone who obsesses about me. And I think that's part of their hang up. I get that, and I owe you guys for that, and you're the best. But you're fucking mean. You're a bunch of bullies. And no, Disney did not ask me for my likeness for the character of Mr. Yama. You know, the people who don't like Steel Toe go, oh, God, how do we get to this guy? You know how you get to me? You be my fan. You love me for years, but you compare me to Mr. Yama on Disney. It only hurts when it's the ones who love you. $1 from Trucker 18-wheeler says, can we elect dictator Candace Owens? She might just take it. On a wall says, do the face. Hold on. Let's see. Give me a second. Let me take off my glasses. Here we go. Let's ready? How's that? Did we get a good side by side? Do I look like Mr. Yama? I mean, I'm sorry I don't dress like a gym coach or a gym teacher, I guess. But is that a pretty close Mr. Yama? Oh, God. You know what? After you do something like that, don't go to your chat afterwards. Chevy fan wrote, "Lawyer up." Ha! Already am. I got a fucking team, homie. You guys are fucking mean. You know, I laugh, but it hurts so much. It hurts so much. No, Amateur Ant, you're not blocked. In fact, I hated that they blocked you to begin with. I don't know why that happened. You've been a very generous guy to this show. You've given wonderfully, and I did find you. Remember, we were trying to get you unblocked that one day, and we couldn't find your name. I did find it for you. I never gave up. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very, very much. 195 away from today. Shit, I don't even want to mention it because you guys are doing fine on your own. So thank you very much. Just keep that vibe going, and I appreciate it. So we can get away from politics for a second. This next thing, I saw this yesterday. I had to share it with you. Scared the shit out of me. I'm a big fan of roller coasters. I like theme parks. I like theme park rides. My kids are getting to that age now where they like them too. Thing is, and I don't know if this is a shitty Filipino-run county fair ride thing, or if as I get older, you can't do these. I don't know. Those of you who are older than me, I'm in my 30s still, let me know if this is just the case. I don't handle them as well as I used to. I mean, is that just because the county fair rides are schlocky, shitty, janky things? Like if I go to Valley Fair, am I going to be all right? But like I get dizzy faster. I get headaches quicker than I never used to get headaches going on rides. Now my kids and I do the one where you all sit in a chair and you got the table in front of you and the ride goes up and it goes around. But if you spin that fucker really fast, you can really get spinning around real quick. I used to be able to do that. That was a blast. Now, if I go on that ride, it has to be last. I have to strategize it because I get so fucking dizzy. I get a headache. I feel wiped out and I just want to go home. And that really worries me because I love going on rides. I love theme parks. I can't wait till my kids are old enough to go to Valley Fair, all three of them, which, by the way, I think we might be getting there next summer. But I just hope that's not the case with like roller coasters and shit because I love them. But this is the thing that people who I'm trying to think, I don't know if I've ever been with someone who likes going on thrill rides. I don't think I've ever been dating or married to someone who likes like roller coasters and shit. Probably because they're all adults and I'm a giant man baby. But I know that I've heard from them in the past. They're like, oh, what if something goes wrong? What if they fall out? What if there's a safety issue? I'm like, there's not going to be a safety issue. There's never a safety issue on these roller coasters, on these thrill park rides, even the shitty, rusty county fair ones. They're all fine. Well, it only takes one story of you being wrong for people to vow that they'll never go on a ride with you again. And this story is from a Six Flags theme park. This one even scared the shit out of me.
After scare here in the U.S., 2 adult riders say a girl's seatbelt came undone and that they had to hold onto her as that ride reached speeds of up to 75 miles per hour. Here's more.
That's not like 75 miles per hour on a motorcycle or in a car. This is 75 miles per hour banking, rolling. I don't know. Maybe it's got a few corkscrews in it. I don't know. That's a badass 75 miles per hour to just be freeballing it.
In Norwood.
Tonight, terrifying moments playing out close to 205 feet in the air after riders say a child's seatbelt became unlatched on the Mamba roller coaster in Kansas City, Missouri, captured in this photo.
The first drop.
That kid is traumatized forever. That is that guy reaching back and the person next to them holding them down is the only thing stopping them from flying hundreds of feet through the air and crashing to their death. You don't get off of that roller coaster the same person you went on it.
Halfway through the hill, I'm sorry, this is really emotional because this little girl, the scream that she screamed, I've never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Cassie and Chris Evans say they were riding the Mamba at the
So did that woman's braces came off too early?
Worlds of Fun
That's not
theme park
nice.
earlier this month when they heard the young girl's screams.
Then she said, my seatbelt came off. There was this big of a gap between her and the lap bar.
The Mamba, the park's tallest roller coaster.
Now, if your seatbelt ever falls off and you have that much of a gap, I'm pretty sure if you just hang on for dear life to that lap bar, you're going to be fine. But still doesn't make it not scary as shit.
Reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. The two quickly clutching both the girl and her friend until the end of the 3-minute ride. Afterward, reporting the incident to a ride attendant. Tonight,
How long did that 3 minutes feel like? Over or under a half hour?
representative for Six Flags, the parent company of Worlds of Fun theme park, telling ABC News the park was closed briefly on Thursday while officials inspected the ride. Six Flags says 18 seatbelts were replaced out of an abundance of caution. According to the Missouri Department of Public Safety, more than 20 lap belts were not functioning properly when inspected that morning.
Oh, shit. So in a way, the park is kind of lucky that this happened that way because someone was for sure going to die on that ride pretty soon. Oh, boy, and probably a fat person. You know, the lap belt doesn't function right. One of those big uns just flies right out. Probably somebody arguing with their wife down below. Oh, yeah, honey. Yeah. Oh, you guys are just friends. Yeah, I'll believe that when pigs fly. Holy shit. Well, I guess you win this one again.
And David, the theme park says the safety of its guests and team members is a top priority, adding the ride underwent a comprehensive safety review before it opened to its guests last night.
Literally, that little girl having that seatbelt malfunction saved lives. Because it does sound like it was just a matter of time before somebody flew out of that thing and died. Oh, that is some Final Destination shit right there. See, and then people go, the problem is now I can't get anybody to go on roller coasters with me. And all I want as a grown man is for someone to go on a roller coaster with me. And when you have a story like this, people will reference it like, I'm not going on a roller coaster. You know what happened in Missouri to that girl. It's like, it's not going to happen to you. How do you know that? All right, fine, I don't. My Lost Interest said, riding the Mamba. SP's been there, am I right? Oh. Hey, the Mamba, the garter snake, the milk snake, whatever. We don't need to get into, girth and length and snakes and all of that stuff. It's amphibious. Works in the water, works on land. We don't need to get into specifics today. I don't really see how that benefits anybody. All right, guys, I know what you love. I know what you're waiting for today. I know what you came here for. You were like, God, I know Aaron's going to talk about Mamdani. I know we're going to have a few jokes. I know we're going to make fun of some things. But, one thing I know Aaron's going to talk about today, and one thing Aaron's going to have clips of, is Marjorie Taylor Greene on The View. If I can't watch Steel Toe for The View clips, then what the fuck am I even watching Steel Toe for? I get it. Hey, over 600 of you checking out the toe right now. We hit our at least we're a real show number. Let's keep hitting like and subscribe, and let's go all the way to 700. Aaron, it's just going to stop in the 600s and go down to the 5s for the rest of the show. Shut up. We're going to hit 700. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Now, if by the time I'm done with these live reads, the goal gets knocked down so far because people fucking hate The View, then I'm willing to reconsider. But if not, I'm excited to watch MTG on The View. Now, let me tell you this before we get into it. Republicans are so scattered right now, and they're so at civil war with each other, that Marjorie Taylor Greene being pro-releasing the Epstein files is getting Republicans to watch her appearance on The View and say, why don't you just become a Democrat then? Marjorie Taylor Greene's message is literally, let's open the government, let's release the Epstein files, and let's figure out how to fix Americans' health care. That's what she talked about on The View. And Republicans, especially that cunt Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee, were like, why don't you just become a Republican? These Trump people are going to become a fucking death cult, dude. They're honestly going to be a death cult. They are going to ride this thing into the ground. And you're not going to be able to disagree. And if you do, they're going to try and cast you out. It's stupid, man. Because I'm sorry, but Trump first term went away in 2020 and he didn't come back. It ain't the same guy. They did a much better job of paying him off this time. The influences got him under control. And you know how they did it? They did it with flattery. We love you, Don. We think you're the greatest. We think you're amazing. You're just the best. You're the cat's ass, Don. Do you notice that all the guys trying to tell us who isn't MAGA are people who were never Trumpers back in 2016? Levin, Loomer, Shapiro, all of these people who are trying to, Seth Dillon, Crowder, all of these people who were never Trump people when it first happened are now trying to tell everyone else what's MAGA. It's AstroTurf. They're doing with MAGA what they did to the Tea Party. So don't fall for it with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's got her own brain. Her and Thomas Massie are standing up for the victims of the Epstein thing courageously. Don't cast her out, please. They're manipulating Trump right now through flattery. That's how they're getting him. They kiss his ass. They tell him he's amazing. And then he goes, all right, well, I'm going to bomb Iran and we're going to have regime change in Venezuela. Oh, really? Was that your idea? No. But Miriam Adelson and the people who give him money convinced him that it was his idea and told him what a genius he was. Trump's ego will destroy the USA, says Erzmami. Trump's ego, when he stays away from these fucking neocons, isn't as bad. But these neocons are so good at manipulating, they're so good at brainwashing that they get Trump, He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, be honest, in Block B, they didn't call you Libtoe. They called you Button Toe after your strip search because it's like a little button toe. That's not true. Have you seen a dick? I've got a dick. Amateur Anth with $5 says predestination for sure. I think he means final destination. By the way, I couldn't say what I wanted in this chat, you fucker. Sorry, buddy. Try going to the Rumble chat. They let you say a lot more in your Rumble rant. Hunter with $5 says, put my life in the hands of an overworked, underpaid, bored, part-time teen or overweight manager. Not a chance. Yeah, I mean, those really are your choices when it comes to a theme park. I agree. 185 away from today. Thank you for jumping in with those contributions, guys. I do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 185 is a great number. Keep going. I appreciate it. I'm getting kind of excited the way you guys are doing it today, but this always happens to me. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Our friends Derek and Tracy at Midland. Find them at your local gun shows. Visit them in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or go right now to MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com for our friends at Midland, who have a great selection of what you need for personal protection, carry, hunting, you name it. They've got it. And they've got all the information and knowledge you need to make the right choice. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, MidlandArmory.com. And it's getting cold. It's getting dark. It sucks, but it's a way of life here in Minnesota. And that means a few more auto accidents, a few more auto incidents. And when you have one, there is nobody better than Tim and the team at All Care Towing. Put their number in your phone right now. You're going to love having them in there. It's going to cut down on your frustration. It's going to cut down on your misery when you get in any kind of auto incident, because they are there very quick. And you've got them right in your phone. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Vikings on Sunday. Gophers on Saturday. Live music on the weekends on the Fireball stage. Go see Cheetos and everybody else and have yourself a good old-fashioned backwoods country party at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. That's Stoney's. Try one of their Ultimate Bloody Marys before the game and enjoy specials throughout the Vikings game. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Thank you, My Lost Interest, for gifting a membership. That one went to C. Denny. So now we're 180 away from today and 86 memberships away from 400. Thank you, pal. Dorkbert says, All Care Towing can also fix theme park rides. I did not say that. My Lost Interest says, I'm here for the live reads and the begging. Thank you, pal. Amateur Anth with $5 says, Trump is not America first anymore. Ben Jupiro. I think you spelled it wrong. And Mark Levinbread. Okay, I like that one. I like Mark Levinbread. That might be my favorite. Own him along with the rest of the small hats. I'm sick of America last. Well, you know that Trump was, Mr. No New Wars, Mr. No New Adventurism, shit like that. And then all of a sudden, Mark Levin goes to the White House and then we're bombing Iran. Sorry. Yeah, DB says, Epstein who? I think that's how they say it in the White House. Text coming in, motivation. Gray Duckling, donate, you fucking fuck. Do it. Jesus is watching. Oh, I'm supposed to do this in my best Aaron Crash Out voice. Well, you got to say Aaron Crash Out voice at the top. Then I know to get in character. All right. Now, if you don't know this, Gray Duckling said earlier today that if you guys are mean to him and you say mean shit, it's going to force him to donate to the show. And I got to be honest with you. He's already gifted 10 memberships. He doesn't need to do any more. So please be nice to Gray Duckling. Hold on. Let me get in character here. Gray Duckling, donate, you fucking fuck. Do it. Jesus is watching, you stupid cunt. I ad-libbed the stupid cunt part. I just thought that it gave it more authority. That's all. 180 away from today. Thank you, guys. You're the absolute best. Keep it moving. Keep it going for the toe. Let's get into this view shit. You guys are going to love this. You guys love... Don't bullshit me. Just because you're guys with penises, most of you, 5% of you, doesn't mean you don't love the view. It's estrogen. It's postmenopausal women hating everything. It's Trump is the worst guy in the world. It's like a doom loop of every liberal meltdown you've seen of the last 10 years. It's kind of like, the event horizon of a black hole? They say that once someone crosses through the event horizon of a black hole, it looks like they're being spaghettified over a long period of time from the outside. But on the inside, light it doesn't escape. Time goes differently. Inside the black hole, it actually feels like it happened in less than a second and you were ripped apart atomically. But from the outside, it just looks like this slow spaghettification process of you being stretched out and then sucked into the black hole. The view is like watching a black hole from the outside, and I'm not talking about Whoopi Goldberg, which really the only safe place to watch that black hole is from the outside, in fairness. You don't want to be inside. Once you pass that event horizon, you never come out again. But Marjorie Taylor Greene went on The View, and it's so cute when The View thinks they have a Republican friend, People think that The View is this Democratic slop haven place. It's not. It's really just, if you hate Trump, come sit by me. And Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump are not on the same page right now. Now, if you ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, she will tell you she still loves Donald Trump. She's pissed about the Epstein thing. She's pissed about the shutdown, and she's pissed about the wars. I happen to agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So when all these neocons start saying, well, she should become a Republican, or she should become a Democrat, and she's not for Trump, and blah, 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 you don't understand. These guys are going to kill the Republican Party, and maybe that's a good thing, because they're going to kick out anyone who doesn't do exactly what they say. So this is one clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene on The View yesterday. You guys love The View. I've got 3 clips. I'm going to add up the super chats and Rumble rants and memberships and all of that shit after each clip. And if the votes are, please end this misery once and for all, we won't do the next clip. If not, we're going to keep going because I love this shit. Here's MTG on The View talking with the gals.
Well, I want to talk about MAGA voters who believed that the president made promises like lowering grocery prices on day one. Right now, grocery prices, inflation is up, soybean and cattle farmers are on the verge of bankruptcy. Millions have...
You know, one thing I've been able to count on Whoopi Goldberg for throughout time in memoriam, she always stands up for the soybean and the beef farmers of America. It's just so hard to watch any media coverage of politics anymore because everyone is just... I liked it better when they covered up the bullshit smell that was on them. They had a little perfume on, you know. Now it's just overt bullshit. And they're not even hiding it anymore. Whoopi Goldberg, I'm just, I'm concerned about the soybean farmers, baby. And I'm concerned about the cattle farmers. I'm concerned about crop yield and crop insurance. I want to know if Monsanto's selling the right seeds. By the way, my Whoopi Goldberg is starting to turn into my Dusty Rhodes a little bit. There's a little bit of, I'm worried about the soybean farmers, baby.
Lost their food stamps and are about to lose their health care while we're watching $40 billion to bail out Argentina. What is going on?
I don't know. I am so America first. I feel like I live it and breathe it. And
by the way, notice she won't endorse Trump's policies, but when she says she's America first, what do you get from the View audience? Crickets. So I don't want anyone thinking that MTG is on these people's side or these people are on her side at all. These people hate every fucking thing she stands for. But at least she stands for it, unlike the administration.
that's my district, and that's what people want. They are so tired of their hard-earned tax dollars being sent overseas to foreign wars and foreign aid and foreign causes, while life in America just becomes more and more unaffordable. We want this money invested at home for our infrastructure, for programs, for our people, and most importantly, for my children's generation and their children and their children and generations to come. And
you know, that's very brave of her to think that we've got that much time left. I do appreciate that optimism. But again, notice crickets in The View. Now, if she would have rhetorically sucked Mamdani's dick about government-owned grocery stores, oh my God, it's amazing. The two worst audiences in politics, The View and Real Time with Bill Maher. Oh, they are the absolute worst. And I like Bill, but his, as Christopher Hitchens says, your audience is frivolous.
And I have to say, that's what I've campaigned on the entire time. Everybody's like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has changed. And I'm like, oh, no, nothing has changed about me.
Yeah, she'll still rip Jasmine Crockett's weave out on the floor of the House. Believe that.
I am staying absolutely 100% true to the people that voted for me and true to my district. And I am so angry when I drive around my district to all these beautiful little rural small towns. And there's manufacturing plants that are crumbling from decades of lost industry, small businesses that got shuttered during COVID lockdowns. And
the thing about the lost industries is this, though. When a nation becomes wealthy to a certain point and other nations are way behind and they're still coming up on their manufacturing output, it becomes so much cheaper to have the manufacturing done over there and shipped to the United States. It's unfortunate. And yeah, I wish industry was still alive and well. I wish we still made more shit here. But the fact of the matter is that we won't tolerate the wages that are paid in other countries that they'll tolerate to do manufacturing jobs. In a weird way, our economy has kind of prospered and grown to the point where we won't accept what industrial wages are now, unfortunately.
Shutdowns. And you want to know something else, Whoopi? So many veterans that went over and had to fight in some war that really had nothing to do with where they were from or their hometown, and their lives and families' lives have been so affected. So for me, I am unapologetically America first, and I'll do anything I can to work hard to save
Maybe you
this
should become
country.
a Democrat, Marjorie.
No.
Oh, yeah. Democrats, America first. That's them. Maybe you should become a... Do you know how much they would shit on her if she became a Democrat? Do you know how badly they would... Again, do not fall for it. All right? This is the problem with this Republican civil war they're having now. Yeah, I mean, the Levins and the Shapiros and the neocons, they're shitbags. They're manipulative. They are really evil to their core. But don't make that allow you to forget that these people hate you. They hate what you stand. Her America first shit. Notice they're not applauding for her saying we should help our veterans. We should be America first. We should stop all this. You know, liberals find the term America first to be like racist and offensive and evil. But of course, you've got people like Laura Loomer going, I told you MTG was flirting with the idea of being a Democrat. The women on The View even planted the seed for her. Yet she's not thinking about it, Laura. She's thinking of kicking people like you the fuck out. The disingenuous trolls of the Republican Party. And I don't know how Laura Loomer became a thing. She is DUMB retarded. I wanted to do a Gino Bisconti thing. It's not like, try it sometime in your real life. It's not as awful as you think it is. It's actually... It can be kind of fun. But yeah, I hate this idea that if you fall off from the prevailing narrative of your party, that you just have to, you have to go to the other party because you don't agree with I mean, that's a big part of our problem. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, hey, gay cuckling. Give some memberships over here, you fag. I want ad-free shows. Oh, they're talking shit about Gray Duckling again. They keep calling him gay cuckling. They keep mispronouncing it. Approachable with $1 says, no more view clips, you gossipy little bitch. And Professor Tie-Dye says, did you know that when Whoopi flies, she refuses to wear panties? If the plane goes down, someone has to look for her black box. I really fucking hate you for that one. That is... Oh, God. That was really upsetting. You know what? I am officially putting a moratorium on Whoopi Goldberg's pussy jokes. All right? No more Whoopi Goldberg pussy jokes. How's that? If I see another Whoopi Goldberg pussy jokes in a super chat or a Rumble rant, I'm not doing any more view clips this week. Some people have let me know that the only person to survive the Whoopi Goldberg black hole is Ted Danson. I mean, did Ted Danson survive it? Have you watched Becker? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be of the opinion that the Ted Danson that came out of that black hole was not the Ted Danson that went in. Just look, one man's opinion. One man's opinion. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate you. Oh, my goodness gracious. Little over 600 still. I appreciate that. I don't think we're going to get to 7 today, but over 6. Thank you guys very much, especially the Rumble end of things. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I appreciate you too. Last one. This is my last view clip for today. The YouTube people kind of went down. The Rumble people went up. So we do know that even though Rumble's our premium, our main platform, it is the gayer one that likes the goss a little bit more. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Epstein files. And by the way, The View's going to try and paint this as like only the Republicans are cagey about the Epstein files. Bullshit. The Democrats have just as many, if not more people associated with them that are on those Epstein files than the Republicans do.
Yes, you've been outspoken about releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files to the public, including the names of individuals involved in his sex trafficking network. Now, Democrats have been calling for that too, along with some of the other Republicans, but most of your party is pushing back and stalling.
Dude, most of both of the parties are pushing back because if not directly connected, someone they financially benefit from is directly connected with the Epstein files. The majority of both parties don't want that list coming out. In fact, I would say that as long as the Clintons live and breathe, that list is never coming out. We'll get the Epstein files kind of like we got the JFK files, 50, 60 years later.
Why do you think that is? Because if President Trump is not implicated in there, what is exactly being protected here?
I have
Nothing. Donald Trump's implicated in them. Come on. Come on. Are we really playing this game? She's like, if Trump isn't implicated in them, what? Shut up. You know what you're trying to say, and I agree with you. That passive aggressive, if Trump isn't in there, what are they trying to hide? The fact that Trump's in there. There is nothing else to hide. You don't think the Republicans would love their big rhetorical kill shot on Bill Clinton? Yeah, they would. But they can't use it because that same silver bullet would slay their own God King.
No idea, but it seems like very rich and powerful men are being protected. And I will sign anybody's resolution, and I'll get on board with anyone's push to release those files, because this is about women, especially when they were teenagers, were victims of rape and sexual abuse by Jeffrey Epstein.
Excuse me, we say grape. Now, isn't that amazing? Like YouTube. You can go on ABC and you can say that word and it's totally fine. But YouTube's like, we have to demonetize you. You can't say a word that is something that exists.
And according to the victims, there's a list of men that they haven't released yet. They are afraid of lawsuits. They're afraid of it. And I said I would read the list for them on the House floor because I have speech and debate protection there. However, I also think that this is about all victims of human trafficking, children that are being molested or raped, any men and women that are held in some sort of sexual abuse situation. What does our government say to them?
Like me, I keep trying to tell SP, I don't want to be tied up. I don't want you to tickle my balls with a feather. But she just grabs me by the neck and says, you'll take it, you little bitch, and you love it. Don't act like you don't love it. And I just want to tell you guys right now, I'm not fucking around. I don't love it. But it won't stop. She plays music while I'm tied up, and I don't like the music. But you know what? That's neither here nor there. I'm bringing down the room, and I don't want to. I just, there might be lawsuits or no, it would it would bring down a big chunk, if not the entire system, because people are going to be really pissed off. Approachable with $1 says, how is a Mayan temple? Oh, no. God damn it. DB says, is SP free on Thursdays? Knock it off. She's mine, you bitch. You can't have her. I don't care about ligature marks on my wrist. I love her. Bastards. Anyway, as I was saying, if we're going to get a bunch of super chats and Rumble rants telling Whoopi Goldberg black box jokes, I would really like a warning in advance. Thank you. Mr. Approachable with $1 says, how is a Mayan temple and Whoopi's pussy the same? How is a Mayan temple and Whoopi's pussy the same? You have to hack through a lot of bush to get to it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I remember that Nickelodeon show I used to watch, Legends of the Hidden Whoopi Goldberg's Box. Main Vein with $1 says, don't lie, Aaron. You would eat Whoopi's black box. You're going to make my chin bullfrog more than it's ever. Oh, God. It's so old and it's so black. Oh, my God. I don't consider myself a racist person. But there's something, I don't think there's any need to say this out loud on a show, is there? There's something about, let's just skip to the end. It just looks different, and that's weird, and I like it when it's the shade that it's just weird. It's more of, the contrast is more stark, and it's not, I'm afraid of the dark. Hulkamaka baby. Hulkamasha baby says, what's the difference? Oh, God damn it. What's the difference between Whoopi's pussy and an active spider web? I don't know. What's the difference between Whoopi's pussy and an active spider web? Aaron would knock the webs off Whoopi's pussy. It's gross and it's not true. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says it's not Link Friday, but this is what UFC has become. I'll take a look, see. Mr. Approachable with $1 says, just think, Aaron, if you go down on Whoopi, it's probably the texture of old shoe leather and the smell of a carp that's been left in the road ditch for a couple of days. Ugh. I'm glad I picked today to not read the free chat because the super chats are bad enough. Gray Duckling with $5. You guys must have made fun of him bad enough. Gray Duckling with $5 says, who doesn't love blackened tuna? Yum. You know what? I understand. This is my punishment for playing view clips, isn't it? Isn't it? Gay Cuckling is now past Sanford's son for first place this week at 145. Now, Kmart Ready did say that if you guys got him to first place, he would unsubscribe from his anti-steel toe YouTube channels. So that is something to think about. By the way, Red Fox Matt is at 63. We got to move him up into the top 5 past Atomic Ray. Red Fox Mad, $65. There we go. And now Atomic Ray at 60 goes down into the bullpen. There we go. Thank you guys very much. 170 away from today's goal. We want to be at 100 by 9:30, and you guys are, hey, you're looking like you're just about there. So thank you very, very much for your contributions today. We're having a great time. I love it. Amateur Anth with $2 says the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. That bothers me a lot less than the rest. Chad Buzmak says, it's okay, Toe. Oh, thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. I don't think that little nub you've got could satisfy a black lady. I have a great dick, and I'll show you sometime. Sorry, I think what I meant to say was, wanna fuck? Let's fuck! I believe that's what I meant to say. All right, back to business, boys and girls. Enough with this disgusting Whoopi Goldberg vagina talk. I guess not. This was sent in by Professor Tie-Dye. It's a Whoopi Goldberg meme. She's scolding me and saying, child, you best be finding my black box. I don't like that. I don't like that I can hear it. I don't like when I can hear a meme. Let's do this one. Child, you best be removing them cobwebs before you eat. Why did today's show turn into Whoopi Goldberg's pussy eating day? I didn't ask for this. I didn't say that this is what should happen today. It's just, you guys are disgusting. That's what it is. You guys are giant pieces of rat shit is what it is. But thank you. It's, I like it when I don't exactly know where the show's going to go. Don't really give a shit about the last MTG view segment for today. Veldrain with $1 says Whoopi was in Star Trek. So Aaron, if you go boldly where no man has gone before, you will go through some dark matter before the pink flash. I don't. Again, wasn't necessary. Wasn't necessary. All right, you guys want to see an Arizona judge lose her job because she got caught pissing on the sidewalk? I really hope that, by the way, Ryan the Garbage Man writes, what kind of music does SP played when she has you tied up in the torture chamber? Goodbye Horses by Lazarus. Believe it or not. It's hack, but it is effective. A judge in Arizona has had to resign after police body cam footage caught her pissing on the sidewalk. Now, this is a garbage, disgusting thing for a homeless person to do, let alone for a judge. You know, it's so wild that we revere certain professions and you hold certain ones in high esteem, and judge is like one of the highest esteem. We think of judges as like foregoing all emotion, like borderline monks, basically. Foregoing all emotion, interpreting the law, passing down sentencing, things like that. But we had, in Minnesota here, we had a judge in Wilmer who fucked up big time, and she had to resign. Now you got this judge in Arizona. She's pissing on the street. You've got, they're running wild. I mean, the girl judges have gone wild in this country. This is the Arizona judge that, and this had to be awkward as hell because, they had to play this video for her because nobody wants to leave that, that nice judicial job. I believe that's a 6-figure gig. But, they had to call her into the office and go, hey, what were you doing, say, October 4th around 1:30 in the morning? Oh, I was probably asleep in bed. That's way past my bedtime, 1:37 in the morning. Gee golly willikers. I mean, who's out that late? You sure you weren't out running around? Maybe you had a few? No. I especially October 4th. Hold on. Let me see what day that was. October 4th was that was a Saturday. Oh, yeah, by Saturday, I'm already thinking about my cases for Monday. So, yeah, I was probably nestled in my bed. Anything you want to tell us before we hit play on this video? Oh, I believe that, I believe I'm good.
What are you doing? Why?
Oh, no, so it's right at the beginning of the video. She's squatting by the bench. What
are you doing?
So she's pissing in where those leaves are, and the cops catch her mid-crouch, and now she sits down and she's got to pull up her pants.
What are we doing? This is disgusting.
I'm waiting for an Uber. Just taking a piss in the plants while waiting for an Uber like we all do. Oh, no. And you're a judge. Yeah, you can't keep your job doing shit like that.
What are we doing?
For an Uber.
This is disgusting.
I'm waiting for an Uber.
Okay, this is unacceptable. Where's your ID?
It's my husband's watch.
It's what?
Walk that way.
Are you her husband? Yep. Okay.
Oh, no. This keeps getting worse. This is turning into a sketch now. So she's pissing in the bushes. The husband comes up. Hey, what's going on? Nothing, honey. You think I'm someone else. Your wife is tanked as you're waiting for an Uber. And she just got caught pissing in public. You're a judge. There's no excuse. Like, if you're a college kid, you get caught pissing in public. That's part of growing up. Whatever. We've all done it. Some of us have gotten caught. Some of us haven't. But you're a judge. You know how this shit works.
Can you hang out over by the cab for me?
Nope. Come on.
Yeah, you can, because I'm conducting an investigation.
For what?
Because I just saw her puking and urinating, exposing herself to several people.
That wasn't her.
I like this guy. Nope, wasn't her. That's a good man right there. That's a good man. He's standing up for his lady. I'm conducting an investigation. Yeah, you can't just leave. If a cop catches you pissing in the bushes, you can't go, fuck you, we're going home. I mean, he can detain her at that point. Indecent exposure, whatever. She can be, he can arrest her. He can handcuff her. Can't just walk away.
Okay, you can go by the cab or you can continue to interfere with the investigation.
Come on, babe.
Okay.
No.
Last chance, go over to the cab.
No.
Okay, well, then you're detained.
Oh, shit.
Stop.
You can't do this.
I'm going to throw you on the ground if you resist.
Fuck. You know what? I kind of like this cop. He is no bullshit. I mean, imagine you're working the 1:30 shift on a Saturday night. It's got to be full of retards. He's had it.
Several chances, and you don't want to listen.
We have a cab. There, baby.
I mean, if you have an Uber coming, you can't hold it. You're right outside the fucking bar. Go in there and piss, you animal. It's not like you're in the middle of nowhere. They're literally in the parking lot of the bar. And you're squatting in the bushes. This is like some shit you do in a redneck area. If you're like half a mile away, you're at a house party, you're driving home, you just can't hold it. You pull over, you piss in the bushes. Still animalistic behavior, but right outside the bar, for Christ's sake?
One resisting.
Not doing anything.
Oh, boy.
I'm not doing anything.
515, we're fighting.
I'm not fighting.
Yeah. Oh, God. He was like morally offended too. Like he was like her pissing in the bushes. Like he was disgusted, right? He was, what are you doing? That's disgusting. This wasn't just an enforcing a no urination policy for him. This was like, it's like RoboCop cleaning up the street. He's like, this is personal for him. So she had to step down. She's done there. The headline was relieved of duty. She would have been doing that. She'd been in even more trouble. Do you get in more trouble for taking a shit in public? Or is it the same thing? Like if you're pissing or you're shitting, you're in trouble the same way. The officer replied, I saw her puking and urinating, exposing herself to several people. I do love the guy's response. Nope, that wasn't her. My resignation comes after careful consideration of current physical, medical, and family circumstances. The Yavapai community deserves and has judges who are steadfast in their commitment to serving Yavapai County. Considering current events in my life, I believe it would be difficult to honor this commitment. I have therefore decided to resign. Well, maybe that bar you just came out of could help you. I mean, maybe they're hiring. That might be okay. Amateur Anth with $5 says, can you imagine grabbing Whoopi's shit locks while hitting it from the back? You'd need toilet paper for your hands. Thank you, Amateur Anth. It's so wonderful that you sent that in and gave the whole audience that visual to put in our brains. Thank you. 8-trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, what's the difference between Whoopi and an airplane? Aaron would rather eat Whoopi's black box. That's $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, what's the difference between Whoopi's pussy and Aaron? About 5 pounds. How do you make up the difference? Whoopi finally queefs out all of Patrick Stewart's loads. Why do you guys insist on being the biggest pieces of shit in the universe? Why? Why can't we have a nice conversation about a sweet white lady pissing in the street? Why does it have to go to street level? Why? Yeah, like we've all pissed in the street. Like we've all done it. I used to, when my cousin, his wife and I would get done going out when we were in our early 20s and we would be at the red carpet. We'd end the night there. We'd go walking back to his place on Washington Memorial. We'd stop in the Minnesota Library parking lot and we'd piss. Not the smartest place to piss in public, by the way, because it's wide the fuck open. We were pissing on street lights. Like we would go, you know, the lights that are in the parking lot of the library? We'd go in there and we'd be pissing away and nothing to hide us, nothing to cover us up. Just couldn't wait to get home. So we've all pissed in the street before. We've all peed in public. It's just some of us get caught, some of us don't get caught. But I think the higher up the social ladder your job gets, the level of acceptability of you pissing in public is directly commensurate to the social standing of the job you have. Like, let's say you're a factory worker. Dude, take a shit in the middle of the highway. I don't care. But if you're a judge, sorry, you got to go pee-pee in the potty the rest of your life. Joey Caravello with $2 says, have you ever pissed into Johnny's mouth? Today's show is officially off the rails. Atomic Ray with $1 says, is there an Ed and Michelle eating a black box or a red box burger? I don't think so. I think you guys are asking for a little bit much. in my humble opinion. Hey guys, only 165 away from today's goal. I really do appreciate it today. Thank you guys so much. Keep going. Memberships, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Streamlabs, what have you. I love what you guys are doing. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hours. Oh my God, we got done with the 6 o'clock hour stories in the 8 o'clock hour. We're just cruising today. We do have the Lauren Boebert Halloween costume thing. This is another thing where like the job you have will depend on whether or not you can get away with doing some offensive shit. I feel like if you're in Congress, offensive Halloween costumes are just going to hit differently. But Lauren Boebert went to a Halloween party and wore a costume that I have to say is ballsy for a congresswoman to wear. It's also a costume that no congresswoman like 10, 20, 30 years ago would ever think to wear in public. It would just be too offensive. Maybe our culture is becoming a little more forgiving because the costume that Lauren Boebert wore would force you to resign from your job as a congressperson immediately. And Lauren Boebert, as far as I know, she's catching a couple of strays from the media. She's catching a little bit of criticism for it, but she'll be fine. She'll get to keep her job. Lauren Boebert called out for offensive costume featuring racist joke. Now, before I actually show you the costume, I want you guys to get your imaginations running. You know, I saw with the View segment we did. By the way, all of you say that you hate The View. Aaron, why do you cover The View? I hate it. But your guys' biggest thing so far today is your Whoopi Goldberg jokes. Now, I want you to really use your creativity. What did Lauren Boebert do? She's been called out for an offensive Halloween costume. What was the costume? And I want to know what percentage of you are thinking blackface. That's what I'd like to know. The Halloween costume was Latino themed. There you see her. There's Lauren Boebert. Her boyfriend. Now, if you don't know this, Lauren Boebert is like the big white trash Congress lady. And she is divorced from her husband. There were rumors that she was laying down for Kid Rock and that they were hooking up. Now she's got a boyfriend. So she's running around. Oh, there was also the guy she was like trying to crank off during the Beetlejuice theatrical production. You remember when she was shaft grasping at Beetlejuice. Now she's got another boyfriend who apparently loves theater handjobs. And he dressed up as an ICE official. Lauren Boebert dressed up as a Mexican. She dressed up as a Mexican with the sombrero and the whole thing. And she had a blackboard on her. And not the boyfriend. And thank God she's still MAGA. On the blackboard, it said, Mexican word of the day. Juicy. Okay, juicy. That's fine. Juicy. That's a way that you can describe candy. A lot of different things. Very juicy. Okay. And then it says, tell me if juicy ice coming. So silly, stupid little joke. Still probably something that you would consider beneath a congresswoman. Like this is a congresswoman's version of pissing in the street. But you know, we never count our small W's culturally anymore. You know, everything's got to be a massive cultural shift of a W, or it's nothing, or it's an L. But this is a small victory for like free speech and being able to offend people. Lauren Boebert's job is fine. She's not going to resign. She's barely taking any heat for this. TMZ put up an article. That's about where it starts and stops. I mean, I feel like if Trent Lott or somebody like that would have worn that costume, they would have had to resign the next day. Like, that's horribly offensive to the Latino people. I'm sorry. I brought shame upon my community. Like, we have gone backwards in terms of our sensitivities towards Halloween costumes. Remember, like around 2010 to 2015, if you wore a costume with like feathers or you wore a costume that was like a gypsy or whatever, you would get harassed. People would bother you. They would say it's offensive. That's where cultural appropriation came from. It's my culture, not a costume. Now, a sitting congresswoman, one of 535, can go out to a nice Halloween party and can dress up like a Mexican and shit on the Spanish language. And she's going to be fine. She'll survive the shutdown. That's kind of a win, right? I mean, it's not good for like the professionalism of our system. It's not good for like the dignity and decency of the United States of America and the Congress. But it's good for people who don't like people getting fired for Halloween costumes, I guess. It's what I'm trying to say is, guys, it's the small victories that count. Trucker 18 plus Lauren Boebert's cute. If she was big, fat, and ugly, if she was a little porker, nobody would defend her. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, you don't have to read the $1 rants. But if we fell into a black hole, Aaron would dream it's Whoopi Goldberg's black hole. See, you know what? This is proof. You guys, you're running out of material on the Whoopi Goldberg black box stuff. You guys, it's starting to, you know what? This would be a good spot for you guys to pivot. This would be a good spot for you guys to, find another joke, but you don't have it. I don't think you've got it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 165 is the number for today. God damn, I appreciate it, guys. You've been doing great all week. You're doing great today. Keep it up. 86 gifted memberships away from 400. I was hoping for more cleavage. Boebert's a goer. Oh, she is, man. She is she likes, you know what? The political way, the nice way to talk about Lauren Boebert would be she likes to have fun. That's how people would talk when someone was in their 20s and they, slept around a little bit, but, people kind of thought it was a little weird. A lot of one-night stands. They would go, oh, she's, she was very flirtatious at parties, likes to make out, shit like that, get drunk, make terrible decisions. Instead of saying, oh, yeah, my friend, she's a drunken whore, people would use euphemisms like, oh, yeah, she likes to have a good time. Yeah, a lot of guys like to hang out with the girls who like to have a good time. Isn't that something? I know other girls who didn't fuck everything that moved. They like to have a good time, too. They just, didn't feel it was a necessity to find a cock to put in their body at the end of the night if they didn't find one they liked. But, some girls, they like to have a good time. And let me say this about Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. I believe she just likes to have a good time. Let's go to some of the comments that were posted about this. Not that these matter, but I just like to hear people's response. It is kind of fun when people don't apologize anymore and people don't resign for shit like this because all the outrage is impotent, so it's kind of fun to read it. One person wrote, she is an embarrassment to the majority of us who live in Colorado. Actually, you know what? That one's probably kind of hard to argue with, but I think that was probably true before the Juicy costume. What an ignorant shit, one person wrote, and they used a poop emoji. That's cute. I like that in my political discourse. I like when we don't spell things out and write things. I like when we just use little cartoon pictures. I think that shows that we're heading in the right direction. Lauren Boebert on Halloween morning. What can I do to reassure my voters that I am racist garbage? In fairness, I think she does a pretty good job of that. I don't think that you can shit on Lauren Boebert for a lot of things, but hiding racism is not one of them. Lauren Boebert is racist trash, allegedly. The best part, at Lauren Boebert and her broken home family have a longer criminal record than 99% of the people picked up by ICE. See, now, that's just cutting a little too deep, to me, that's not, I hate Lauren Boebert. To me, that's like, there's something fucked up with me and I have to overcompensate and go too hard in the paint. More of those Christian conservative values. Find me the passage in the Bible where Jesus says you can't make fun of Mexicans. I'll wait. Well, I can't make this stuff up. The party of traditional rules and civility have become a wasteful mound of disrespect. Please don't talk about Lauren Boebert's vagina that way. Case in point, mega Congresswoman Lauren Boebert's Halloween outfit. Let this putrid racist's outfit sink in. Colorado, you can do much better. Really? That's the example you're going to use? These Republicans are all terrible and they're awful and they got the wrong ideas for America. Oh, well, that's great. What example do you have? Lauren Boebert's Halloween costume. Have you seen Kyle Kukalinski's Erica Kirk outfit by chance? No? Give it a shot. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, is that Boebert or Erica Kirk? $2 from Joey Caravello says, am Pupajit Chai. Why? 160 away from tonight, this morning. Thank you guys very much. Let's get moving. Let's roll. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe. Hit follow. 600 of you checking out the toe still. We're hanging in there. I appreciate it. Share the show with friends. Hit subscribe. Thank you so much. Buzamok says, weren't you just complaining earlier we need to let all costumes be all right? Make up your mind, shithead. That was too much. That was way too much. Dial it back a little bit. No, I do think all Halloween costumes are fine. I'm just saying if you're a congresswoman, no, you're misunderstanding me. I'm celebrating the fact that we're at the point where there's nothing people can do about like a really offensive Halloween costume except bitch about it on the internet. That's where we should have always been. I always say it's very rare that the clock gets turned back, but I also say you should appreciate the small victories. I think our side won on Halloween costumes. You don't see a lot of people getting shit canned for the Halloween costume anymore. Let's switch gears into Minnesota for a little bit. Those of you who hate Tim Walz will like this. I feel like the anti-lefty people need a win today because you've still got Jacob Fry in Minneapolis, most likely. You've got Zohran Mamdani in New York City. That's New York #1 Sin City. You got a commie in charge over there. So I figure you guys need something that can put a feather in your cap. So today I've got our guy Roca News, and I by the way, I need to reach out to this guy. I'm recording an interview with a liberal Minneapolis guy tomorrow, John Sullivan, not the boxer. We're going to talk tomorrow. We're going to record something for this weekend. I want to get this Roca News guy who I think he tries to be balanced, but he does come off as a little more right than left. I want to get this Roca News guy on the show. He seems really, really interesting. He's got this thing where he went down to where George Floyd died and he kind of like did a review of the neighborhood 5 years later and talked to people. Really, really interesting. It's like 20 minutes long. We're going to see how far we can get into it while you guys are interested. But before we do that, in our little Minnesota double feature that we've got today, a legislative audit has found that Tim Walz's office failed to properly follow state policies. State auditors found vendor payment problems, payroll issues, and said Walz's office did not adequately follow policies relating to property management and receipt management. Now, this is interesting because on its face, this looks really bad, right? Like, oh, God, and a lot of Republicans and a lot of people who watch this show would go, oh, is this finally something we've got on Tim Walz? Because we've found a shitload of fraud in Minnesota, but it's mostly federal programs. And it's not like Tim Walz did anything to try to stop it or even did anything to find out if it's going on. He really was asleep at the wheel. It was the federal government and the federal prosecutors and investigators who had to figure that shit out. But now as the state auditors look into Walz, they're finding all kinds of problems that I think you find with a lot of Democrats in leadership because the paperwork, running a business part of the thing is not their bag. I don't think this is a scandal. In fact, even the state auditors in this article said that, this isn't like nefarious. This isn't him being corrupt or crooked. This is he and his office just being shitty gatekeepers of the public funds. This is them just being really terrible at, what's the word? I guess being an executive, but like the corporate structure of government. Tim Walz and his office just suck shit at it. In fact, I bet you if you go through a lot of our governors, I bet you they have this same problem because nobody bothers to check. You get all this money from the taxpayers. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. You have certain autonomy and flexibility. And a lot of people just go, nobody's ever going to know. Let's be lazy. It's not nefarious. It's almost kind of worse than that. At least someone who's crooked is motivated, At least someone who's crooked is like actively pursuing something. In Tim Wall's case, they're just lazy fuckers who don't do stuff right. And it nickels and dimes and it adds up and it ends up being probably a couple $1 million worth of public funds that get misappropriated. Enough to be annoying, but not anything to be like some kind of massive scandal or anything like that. So Tim Walz, they looked into it. They flagged a bunch of shit that he wasn't handling properly. Again, like payroll, vendor payment. Some people were getting paid. Some people weren't getting paid. Then they'd get paid late. In a letter responding to the findings, Walz's office said it agreed with almost all of the findings and supported the auditor's recommendations. Additionally, Walz's office said many of the issues identified were resolved before the audit began, and 11 of the 12 issues have now been fully resolved. The governor's office also told the auditors that it has strengthened internal controls and increased employee training. Well, thank God. According to the governor's office, the audit did not find any financial misuse or malfeasance. And that's true. They didn't find them doing anything purposely wrong. They just found them being grossly incompetent, which, you can decide which one's worse. Knowing you dropped the ball or dropping the ball and having no idea that the ball's been dropped until someone picks it up and throws it at the back of your head and goes, "Hey, retard, is this your ball?" "Oh, shit, yeah, I've been looking for that thing." Landers says, "Aaron, do you realize the local government usually handles how and where federal funding will go?" But I don't think the state of Minnesota is getting money from the federal government designed to go to somebody else and going, "Oh, we really need to check on this." Like I said, I think if you look through more of Minnesota's welfare programs that are subsidized by federal dollars, there's probably fraud in every single last one of them, because a lot of the Feeding Our Future scandal people started businesses for this Medicare disability assistance program. So and a lot of the people in the daycare thing started Feeding Our Future Corporation. So a lot of the same people that were ripping off these government programs, their entire business model was creating little subsidiaries that handled these different federal welfare programs. Yeah. It's wonderful that they could come to this country to prosper so much. Amateur Anth with $5 says, "Lauren Boebert is great, especially because she has kids. It lets you know she puts out." She doesn't make you pull out either. God bless. Yeah, I think Chad Buzemach said it earlier when he said she's a goer. I think goer is probably the term we're going with today. Thank you guys very much. Let's get to 100 by 9:30 today. We got about a little less than an hour to do it, but we're at 155. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Let's keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I love that it's happening 2 and 1 and 2 and $5 at a time. I love that it doesn't take, one person dropping in a shitload. So you keep doing it. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'm touched. Erica Kirk was talking to Jesse Waters on his show, and I believe they debuted this interview yesterday or 2 days ago. I think November 3rd, so that would have been Monday. She talked about the Sinclair Broadcasting Jimmy Kimmel thing, where Jimmy Kimmel, again, I know we all hate Jimmy Kimmel and he sucks and he's, politically disingenuous and he sold out a long time ago. Look, I agree with all that stuff. It's been enough time now. Can we admit that Jimmy Kimmel kind of got a raw deal on that suspension? Can we? Because jokes should be fine. Jokes should be okay. And he didn't make a joke about Charlie Kirk. He made a joke about Charlie Kirk's murder and how it was being seen by Republicans. He said, these guys are pretending the shooter is anything but one of theirs. Now, you're allowed to be wrong in a shitty, vindictive joke, but he wasn't mocking Charlie Kirk. He wasn't mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. Jimmy Kimmel then went on to make fun of Donald Trump's reaction to the Charlie Kirk shooting. And honestly, if we're going to sit here and say that we think the government might somehow be complicit in some kind of cover-up or botched investigation into Charlie Kirk's death, why shouldn't it then be okay to make fun of Donald Trump? I think a lot of that Jimmy Kimmel shit was, it's okay for our guys to make fun, but it's not okay for you to make fun. I really didn't think Jimmy Kimmel deserved to be fired. I mean, the suspension, given how close to the Charlie Kirk murder his comments were. I understand why the suspension happened. I wouldn't have suspended him if I was in charge, he would have been fired for low ratings a long time ago. And because I want someone to do late night who believes in distracting people from their problems and making them laugh rather than reminding them of their problems and being a bitter cunt all the time. But anyway, I think that whole thing was a little heavy-handed. Apparently, Sinclair Media called Erica Kirk and asked her if she would like an apology from Jimmy Kimmel, and they would set it up. Now, let's play this clip. And if Erica Kirk is telling the truth, then these Sinclair Broadcasting guys sound like really opportunistic douchebags. And like, I know I shouldn't be surprised by that. I get that. But like, the fact that you would try to use Charlie's corpse to grab ratings for yourself, and then you're going to suspend Jimmy Kimmel because you thought what he did was tasteful, I don't really see the difference. Let's listen to how Erica tells it, and then we'll get back to it here on our end.
Jimmy Kimmel lied about your husband's murder and didn't really apologize. What would you say to Jimmy Kimmel?
Same thing I told Sinclair. They asked. I haven't really told anybody this, so. They asked, do you want Jimmy to give you an apology? Do you want to be on his show? How can we make it right? Through our team, I responded. I said, tell them thank you, we received their note. This is not our issue, not our mess. If you want to say I'm sorry to someone who's grieving, go right ahead. But if that's not in your heart, don't do it. I don't want it. I don't need it.
She's weird. Can we agree? She's off. Something about the way she talks, like it's very like eyes that burn a hole through your soul. Like there, you know what? Intensity. There's an intensity about Erica Kirk that's alarming in many ways. But like, how about, did you catch that part about Sinclair being like, do you want an apology from Jimmy? Would you like to go on his show? God, these people are just so soulless. Like, her husband was just assassinated in front of the entire world. And what, a week or two later, you're sitting there going, oh, you know, we feel so bad about this Jimmy Kimmel thing. Naughty, naughty Jimmy exploiting this assassination to try to get some kind of content on it. Hey, Erica, do you think you want to come on the show and talk about it? Oh, that is such a gross attempt to also try to monetize this whole Jimmy Kimmel, Charlie Kirk thing. So the next time you let one of these TV networks trick you or convince you that they're taking some kind of a moral stand, just know Sinclair Broadcasting, who took a big moral how do you do on the Jimmy Kimmel thing, was behind the scenes trying to engineer Erica Kirk going on Jimmy Kimmel's show so they could benefit from the ratings. That's why I never buy into these outrages. It's why I never believe in anybody's sincerity, because there's always an angle. And I don't mind there being an angle. I don't mind Sinclair trying to get Erica Kirk on the show. That's fine. But don't behind the scenes try to get her on Jimmy Kimmel's show and then out front publicly in front of people go, oh, we're just disgusted. Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't be exploiting this. This is terrible. And, you know, take the slings and arrows, take the criticism from people because you don't buy into the outrage. Because if you don't buy into the outrage, you're probably right. Atomic Ray with $1 says, Shaka is from Minnesota. Can we get him an icon in here? Like my old Shaka? Joey Caravello with $2 says, Erica stuck her tongue up Jesse Ventura's ass. Candace Owens, my side hoe, will show proof tonight. That's... He still hasn't learned the term allegedly, has he? By the way, Atomic Ray, if I'm wrong, you're at $62 for the week, which is getting close to being back in that central booking slot. Amateur Anth with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. Give him an Alex Jones.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Amateur Anth says it's just a matter of time before Erica finds a small hat guy she was probably already involved with before Charlie Kirk's murder. Jesus. I mean, I can't go to that level with you, but I can't stop my audience from having their opinions. 145 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. I am really loving this piece by piece takedown of the goals. Thank you so much. 245 or 145, excuse me, away from today. Keep it going. Keep it going. This was funny. This was, I only know this story because it was trending on SP's TikTok. That's how I know about this one. SP was telling me about this Vogue article that said that women being partnered with a boyfriend is no longer considered an achievement. Like, there's some kind of big shame in having a boyfriend or having a girlfriend now. And it's like, well, look, what are you supposed to call somebody who you're not married to, but you're with? People are saying, they're like, oh, boyfriend and girlfriend is like something you have in high school or something you have in college. All right, well, how about when you get past 30, you call it your partner? Is that okay? Is that better? Why are we worried about these labels? Who gives it? We got like 75 words for genders. Now we're going to have 95 words for the person you're fucking. And this, and again, forgive my conspiratorial brain, but to me, this is part of that media brainwashing of like trying to tear apart traditional fabric. You know, as long as you can knock down the meaning of things we hold sacred, like relationships and things like that, you can more easily manipulate the culture. Just, you know, be postmodern and nothing means anything, man. Like, they've already been working on marriage for a long time now. You know, they're working on parenting. You know, in a lot of countries, in like the UK or in some universities and stuff, you're not a mother because a mother infers gender. Birthing person. Now, again, none of these things are like heavy and catching on and big, but all of these things start as very little. I mean, if we went back to 2005 and said that we'd have a debate whether people with cocks could go into the women's bathroom because they identify as female, you would be laughed out of the building. They would get you on drugs. You would be on a prescription. You'd be labeled insane. And now in 2025, this is a debate we're having. So sometimes it's better to strangle these things in the crib. Sometimes it's better to be conspiratorial and be ahead of shit than it is to wait till it's too late, or maybe not too late, but like in the case of the trans stuff, wait till it's a major pain in the ass. So this article in Vogue is titled, "Is Having a Boyfriend Embarrassing Now?" Now, I really hope women don't fall for this shit because it's very evident what they're trying to do. This is more of that false empowerment shit. Oh, having a boyfriend, that means you're submissive or tied down and you're a lady and you should roar and flex your muscles and all this shit. It's just more smoke they're blowing up your ass because they know you like it. And if you make them ashamed of having a boyfriend, then someday they'll be ashamed of having a husband and then they won't have any more white babies. And again, you can look at me and go, Aaron, you've lost it. You're taking that way too far. I'm sorry, I'm too old now. I've seen it too many times. Like, I used to laugh at people who go, oh yeah, this whole thing, this is great replacement theory. And then a lot of it turned out to be true. And then it was, oh, they just don't want you having white babies. And then I would watch people say that, you know, white people having babies is a good thing and they'd be attacked and called racist for it. I'm like, oh shit, maybe there is something there. And like, who's going to read this article? White women are going to read this article and they're going to go, oh man, I didn't know that. There's social pressure to not call someone your boyfriend because that's embarrassing. Well, I don't want to be embarrassing. Well, how does your boyfriend become your husband? How does your husband become the father of your children? It just seems there's an unnecessary manipulation going on here. If someone, so this is the opening line of the article. If someone so much as says my boyf on social media, they're muted. There's nothing I hate more than following someone for fun, only for their content to become my boyfriendified suddenly. All right, I have a few theories, but I'm going to wait and I'm going to look this up in a second. I have some theories about who wrote this article. I don't know who yet. I don't know their name, But I have a theory. Number 1, spinster. Number 2, aggressively alone. Number 3, acts like they don't need a man, is bitter at every woman who does. The author bemoans how so many women find happiness in talking about their relationships online. But she says she sees a growing trend of online influencers hiding the fact that they have a boyfriend. That's not because they're ashamed of having a boyfriend. That's not because they don't like the phrase, you lonely spinster. It's because a lot of their content is their tits being ogled at, and they don't want any of the single simps that send them money every month to know that they're taken, because they want to create that illusion in their brain that maybe they have a shot. You know, if Paige Sporanic has a boyfriend or a husband, she's not going to boyfriendify her golf content because she wants all of those middle-aged guys to keep staring at her tits while she hits a drive. Oh, there's nothing worse than someone misreading the tea leaves because they're bitter. I don't like it when people say they have a boyfriend. Well, guess what? A lot of women out there are not even acknowledging they have a boyfriend online. That's because they want guys to stare at their ass. When she did a call out on Instagram, responders had various reasons for hiding their boyfriends. The majority feared the evil eye from women like the author, who are intensely jealous of women with boyfriends. Boom. Others aren't all that serious about their boyfriends to begin with and don't want posts about them clogging up their social media because it's hard to get rid of, you know? I was in a relationship for 12 years and never once posted him or talked about him online. We broke up recently, and I don't think I will ever post a man, says 38-year-old Nikki. Even though I am a romantic, I still feel like men will embarrass you, even 12 years in, so claiming them feels so lame. It is a good look at how a bad breakup can break somebody. I think that's what it's a good example of how a bad experience can just psychologically break someone and cause them to learn lessons that are not the lessons. All right, I need to go to this article. I've got 2 theories about this woman. Okay, Shante Joseph. So I'm probably wrong about the first one, but I could still be right about the other one. Let's go. Shante Joseph, journalist. Oh, wow. I was really wrong. At first, I was thinking, George. And then after that, I was thinking fat white girl with blue hair. Wow, this is more of like a I don't need no man, honey, kind of a thing. Okay, well, you know what? I kind of like that when I'm wrong. I kind of like when it's something different, when it's not the same old, you know? I mean, on one hand, it does mean there's more fucking lunatics out there, and it's not contained to one specific subset of people. Hey, look, here's how it works, all right? Don't overthink it. Do you like having a boyfriend or girlfriend? Do you tend to overshare on social media? Don't let any of us stop you. Go ahead and do your thing. Are you a really private person? Would you rather not get them involved in social media stuff and all that? Great. Then don't. But you don't need to worry about some trend. You don't need to worry about some retarded Vogue article that goes viral. Do what you want, okay? Don't live for Shante Joseph, all right? There is a bit of an argument going on in the chat about what it is, what this whole thing is, what it means. 09 Canyon is saying that it's because people like to keep their private life private, but Roots is saying, I'll meet you halfway, Canyon. It's a hoe thing. There you go. You guys. Look, you guys can decide if it's because people want to be private or if it's a hoe thing. Chips and Diff says, slow news day, Aaron. No, not at all. It's a very busy news day. I like to jump around topic-wise. I don't want to do Mamdani and then Erica Kirk. I don't want to do all this stuff back to back to back to back. You know, historically, I like to mix the show up with some wacky morning news shit that doesn't necessarily mean anything that we can have some fun with. And then sometimes we like to get to some heavier shit, but I don't want to sound like I'm preaching. Aaron, outrage and drama sell the best on TV. Haven't you seen the documentary Anchorman? That's a good point. We have slowed down. Let's see if we can pick that up. Let's see if we can pick that up. 145 is the number. I want to get down to 100 by 9:30 and then hammer out the rest of that goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, Rumble, you're 86 away from 40. I think we can get that number down there quite a bit. Seize the Day says, how did Erica Kirk manage to cultivate so much hate so fast? 'Cause she's weird. That's the best way I can put it. Because she's kind of a weirdo. She doesn't fit like the MO of like the grieving widow. You know, she's kind of strong, you know, she's kind of intense, and people didn't want, you know, people think you should act a certain way. I'll be honest, like she's weirded me out a little bit during this whole thing, but I didn't know Charlie, I didn't know her, so who knows? Maybe to them that's normal. But to the rest of us, it you know, when people can't kind of see themselves in another person's reaction, we get a little confused about it, I think. Conditioner on my D says, this is an angry black woman. I can't find a viable me because all black men her age are in jail or baby mamaed up. Just too ugly for a white guy to be interested. God damn, Conditioner on my D. Really just kind of nuked the whole thing from orbit. Seize the Day says, the reality is Aaron does have good work ethic, creates reliability for his audience, and puts on a show. People are going to accuse you of being a fake me. Thank you very, very much. Oh, guys, one thing Kmart Ready said is that if you get his total into first place today, he will unsubscribe from all his anti-steel toe stuff. So if you throw in a good chunk of change, make sure you say that it's for Kmart Ready, because I believe he is like $40 away from being in first place. Check it out. Let's go to this Raqqa News guy. You know, the last time we checked in with this Raqqa News, he was looking at the Somali community in Minneapolis. This is a guy who does like investigative mini documentaries about Minnesota. Oh, well, not just Minnesota, because he went into the Jewish community in New York City. He did some other things. He did something really interesting lately, and he went into the neighborhood where George Floyd was killed. And he decided to take a look at that neighborhood 5 years later. And I think the picture you're going to get painted for you of the George Floyd area 5 years later is that these problems existed before George Floyd. They existed during the George Floyd stuff, like during the riots, and they haven't stopped. Like, it's just, you can't make people behave in a way that's going to preserve their neighborhood unless you're from that neighborhood. So Raqqa News went in there, went and talked to the people, wanted to know what was up. We've got it here on the show. Let's take a look.
Wendy's got set on fire.
I think Wendy's is on fire.
It started right there across the street at the precinct.
You know that George Floyd thing, right?
This was just a public lynching. That's a tradition here in the West.
5 years ago, Minneapolis.
There's nothing worse than a guy who's like cosplaying Malcolm X, cosplaying some kind of like, revolutionary, but he has all the trappings of Western capitalism. You know, I tweeted about how lynching people is part of Western tradition from my iPhone. Oh, well, good. I'm glad there's no oppression linked to that thing.
Went up into flames after Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd outside a convenience store.
George Floyd's arrest and death in police custody on Monday set off protests in the Twin Cities.
5 years later, what's it like? Is crime better?
I ran away from there and been out here since then. I'm a drug addict.
We went to Minneapolis and ended up in its most dangerous neighborhood on a rainy night where we confronted a different problem in the city.
I've already done overdose about 11, 12 times.
Come with us to find out the answer to all these questions and visit Minneapolis.
By the way, it's ROCA News, Raqqa News. Subscribe to them. Watch their stuff. He does a really good job.
First night that the National Guard set up was on our block, actually.
A local named Ben showed us around the site of the riots and where Floyd was killed. For full disclosure, Ben is also my cousin. And
that's kind of why I like this Roka News guy. Like, he's not like full-blown documentarian. Like, he's still got a little bit of YouTuber in him. He's like, look, we went and talked to a lot of people, but I also have a cousin who says shit's wild, so we're going to hang out with him. Like, that would be like if I decided to do a documentary on central Minnesota, and one of my main sources was my uncle who loves real raw news. And I would do that because I think my uncle would be very entertaining for the documentary. Would he give me an accurate depiction of what's going on in the area? Probably not. He'd probably tell you that the Iranians have a tunnel under the White House where they work with Trump to liberate trafficked children. Or no, wait. I believe what my uncle told me was that the Iranians are going to blow up a tunnel under the White House because that's where they're keeping trafficked children, like children to trap. It's one of the two.
he lived just blocks away from where it all began.
Here it begins. So I could see this building go up in flames the first night, like the fire started. Every building was partially built at the time. It was like that and the Wendy's up here. So they, took it all down and then rebuilt it. Any speculations and theories about, the person, I think they call him Umbrella Man.
Well, the agent, is asking for your help tonight.
He's all in black and clearly on a mission to ooh, let's burn down the AutoZone.
If that guy was so a Fed, he's dressed in all black, you can't see his face. He's walking by. He's not rioting and I'm so mad at racism and smashing the shit out of windows. He's just walking by smashing them casually, like he's at work. Probably because he was.
By the way, do you call it a protest or a riot? Depends on what's going on.
Depends on if I'm talking to a black guy who's really mad or my relatives. If I'm in my car and the doors are locked and I'm in the suburbs, I call it a riot. If I'm around black people, I call it justice.
Different character once it got dark.
This is what it looked like from his front yard, according to videos he posted to his Instagram.
Word got out and you started seeing license plates from further and further away. We had our little neighborhood watch and people are stashing things in the alley. I think that there had been so much distrust and so many, rough things that have happened with, the MPD that it was just everyone's at home. People couldn't distract themselves.
I'm still annoyed that people say that the George Floyd thing was the Minneapolis Police Department's fault. That still bothers me. By the way, Tu Tao, the Asian cop who went to jail for the whole thing, he just got out on Monday. But beat you. This idea that the cops, the cops were being so lenient with George Floyd. They were struggling with him. He was fighting back. They were trying to put him in the car. He wiggled out of the car. They let him get out of the car. He said, "Let me go to the ground." They let him go to the ground. This was a guy who was hopped up on 3 or 4 different drugs. He had a heart condition. He was clearly freaking out and having some kind of episode, and he gave himself a fucking heart attack. And the move that Derek Chauvin used was part of his training. It was a restraint technique. So, which, by the way, was not allowed to be said at trial because it was a public lynching. It still bothers me that people say, oh, the Minneapolis Police Department, that was the problem. Really?
And yeah, they saw what they saw and came out. Buildings can be rebuilt. It's the people that live in them that, I focus more on.
Ben then took us to the memorial.
By the way, that right there is your Minneapolis resident. There you go. You want to know why shit's never going to get better and all these cities are just in a slow free fall? Understanding guys like Ben.
Around which we saw murals, the names of police brutality victims, and other George Floyd monuments. So wait, this is the first monument here?
So stuff started in the middle over there and around where he was killed.
It just so happens, by the way, that today is George Floyd's birthday. He would have turned 52 years old today.
So 5 years ago, he was what? He was 47? 46, 47 years old when that? So he was a 46, 47-year-old man passing off fake 20s and getting high on fentanyl. Wow, his story, it just keeps getting better.
October 14th.
This was just a public lynching. That's a tradition here in the West. My name's Maestro.
You know, I always try to listen to guys named Maestro wearing orange and green dollar store sunglasses and their mom's dish rag on their head. I can't wait to hear what this philosopher has to say about our state.
Caretaking out here since May. 5 years later, this was looking bad. It was worn out teddy bears and fake flowers.
There was some giant forehead bitch with a lady who looked like a horse out here. I swear to God, they was making fun of us one time.
Been volunteering, to treat it like sacred land and keep it alive.
Is this the convenience store where he was right?
They've been here forever, so they're like.
Oh, by the way, that's the marketing angle that they took. They used to be Cup Foods. They changed their name to Unity Foods. So even they're grifting off the George Floyd thing. This is Unity, you guys.
Like family to the community. The whole time they sell them.
What does Unity Food sell? CBD mostly, vapes, weed as soon as we get our license.
Poison, sugar, and tobacco. But it was gonna blow up that place. That's propane tanks and everything. And across the street, that was a live gas station. It's a book called Without Sanctuary. It's on public lynching. And you'll see the crowds. They travel from all over to see a nigga with no dick, no toes, burnt up. Times are not changing.
You don't think it's
Jesus, this fucking guy. Everything is everybody else's fault. Well, I know about this book, and other than watering the plants every year, what the fuck are you doing about anything? God, tell me about the book you read. How good was it? Yeah?
Approved?
No.
There's nothing worse than people who can just tell you everything shitty about every person, but they can't do anything to improve their station.
I mean, no. This is a system. This is created to be this way. So no, they have no intentions on improving it.
Do you want America to be toppled?
It's going to be toppled. It's toppling itself.
All right, look, broken clock is right twice a day. Hard to disagree with a guy when he's right.
It's self-destructing, so it ain't nothing about what I want. It's just already what's in the cards for it,
In the 5 years since, has there been police reform?
No, I don't think so.
Are you fucking kidding me? We have left these neighborhoods alone, and guess what you did? You destroyed them. You made them unlivable. The police were the big problem. The police were the issue. They were committing lynchings. Well, guess what? They're not committing lynchings anymore.
Major changes in this neighborhood. This was a violent neighborhood before that, and soon after it was, but it recovered and there's no more violence. But as far as the police go, no, they are under contract to give up their minds and do whatever those documents say that they signed and pledged to. It's energy here, you know what I'm saying? It's energy with what he did, and then it's energy with the spirituality that I'm bringing with the flowers and the foliage.
If only George Floyd was alive today to see what all of his fentanyl abuse and woman beating would accomplish for the community. It's touching.
Most people want to see him chalked out. When they come to shit like they want to see some fucked up shit. Well, I got a surprise for him.
Were you here in the protest?
I just came the first night and then I got away from over here. No, I wasn't. I ain't with all that. Dog, why people got guns in the middle of this? I ain't with all that. You piss the people off. You piss the people off. My thing for fuck the businesses. Fuck all that. That's all material. That's not spirit. It ain't black businesses. It ain't business that support us. It's so we don't really got that much connection to it. But for me, it's for the fact that people got off their couch and came out their house behind his death.
Yeah.
They have never done that in history for nobody.
What? They do, every time a story like this happens, they do that. Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner in New York, Michael Brown. What are you talking about?
That many people across the country, Show me the melanated man's power.
What brought people off their couches took place right outside this convenience store when Derek Chauvin, a cop from Minneapolis' 3rd Precinct, knelt on Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds before 3 other police officers in a crowd. The autopsy says Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest, though it noted that he also had fentanyl and meth in his system.
Having a lot of fentanyl and meth in your system will give you cardiopulmonary arrest. He also had a pre-existing heart condition. So this, again, the neck compression, that's what killed him. I'm sorry, but if you have a heart condition and you've got fent and meth in your, and norfentanyl, he had both of them in his system. He had fentanyl that I'd never heard of before in his system. I mean, if you've got that in your system, can we at least explore the possibility that maybe it wasn't Chauvin that killed him?
But the city of Minneapolis was not prepared for what would happen next.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. The city of Minneapolis was prepared for what happened next. They chose not to do anything about it. Walls could have brought up the guard. Fry could have sent a contingent of cops down there to save that precinct. They cucked. That's what they did. They did what these fucking lefties in these big cities do. They cucked. And they said, well, we should let black people just be violent and burn shit down. I think it's fair. We as whitey deserve that. No. Citizens living in a civilized society do not deserve to watch their businesses burn. They don't deserve to watch law and order be taken away so that they can fend for themselves. Your fucking job is not to be white guys shamed into allowing people to fuck with you. Your job is to make sure those streets are safe for people, including the people exercising their First Amendment right. They could have got a contingent of police down there. They could have pushed back. They could have saved the 3rd precinct. They chose not to because, oh, by God, we're whitey and we deserve it. You may think that a lot of this years of mild brainwashing shit doesn't work. Minneapolis is case A of how it does.
Floyd's arrest and death in police custody on Monday set off protests in the Twin Cities.
This right here is the first building that was burned down in the wake of George Floyd's death in late May 2020. It was totally leveled and has been rebuilt.
It's the same building that shadowy Fed-looking guy was smashing the windows of. Weird.
And most of the buildings in this area have been rebuilt. That Coliseum right there, a historic building, only the brick facade remained. They had to rebuild the rest, and I think a $35 million project. And then, of course, that right there is the 3rd police precinct that Derek Chauvin was from, that it also was destroyed and is now being replaced with the Minneapolis Democracy Center.
I'm sure the Minneapolis Democracy Center is going to do a great job. I'm sure they're going to be awesome.
Riots set 160 buildings on fire, caused $500 million in property damage, and 40 lots remain empty.
Yeah, if you drive down the interstate and you overlook, or I think it's a highway. I want to say it's 62. I can't remember. But whichever road you go down there, you can see it from an overpass, and there's lots of shit that looks like, it was emptied out yesterday.
Got set on fire. They rebuilt that. That used to be Arby's, Target, and they rebuilt them too. And
what was your take on the uprising that took place? Does it bother you as a local?
It bothered me in a sense because they tried to sweep it under the rug and portray this guy as something that he wasn't, and then they just tried to justify the whole situation.
Fucking based. Hey, you don't hear from this guy very much when they interview people about George Floyd and all that. This guy doesn't ever get on TV. That's fascinating.
But if you look at the video, clearly he's literally being murdered in front of thousands.
Never mind. Never mind. He zigged when I thought he was going to zag. He went left. I thought he was going to go right. He was on the right track, and then
people. Crime is worse.
Do you blame the uprising on that at all?
No, that's just nature within itself.
So the 3rd police precinct in Minneapolis was notorious prior to the arrest and killing of George Floyd. From 2007 to 2017, it paid $2.1 million in misconduct claims against Minneapolis residents, and the Minneapolis Star-Tribune described it as a playground for sort of bad cops. A DOJ report, by the way, in 2023 found that Minneapolis Police Department in general had a history of misconduct and mistreatment of minorities. That dark history dates back decades, and it made some believe Floyd was part of a pattern. In 2002, MPD cops killed a handcuffed Christopher Burns with a chokehold. In 2010, cops killed David Smith, also a black man, and also by kneeling on him. And in 2016, mass protests broke out after Philando Castile was shot 7 times in front of his girlfriend and daughter in a truck.
Whoa, wait a minute. Let me correct the record on that one. That was not Minneapolis police. If I'm not mistaken, that was Yanez was from the St. Anthony Police Department. Was Officer Yanez Minneapolis police. I thought that was St. Anthony. Traffic stop by Philando Castile by police officer Geronimo Yanez. Another officer in Falcon Heights. That's what it was. He was a Falcon Heights police officer, which is like a direct suburb of St. Paul. So no, that's not. Yanez was not NPD. But still, I mean, going through, you kind of like, and go watch that whole thing. It's Roca News, ROCA News. He does a really good job. It's 20 minutes long. We could be here all day. But he does a good job of just talking to people, letting them speak, and then he kind of lets that tell the story. But it does really sound like that neighborhood is still blaming everyone else, the cops, the government, everything else for its problems. You know, they'll even admit, they're like, yeah, crime is up. Well, do you think that's an outgrowth of the riots and everything else? Oh, no, that's just nature. Oh. So it has nothing to do with like the police not just deciding that they can't do their job there anymore. Geronimo, that's his name. Thank you. Geronimo Yanez. On a wall says Yanez, then a St. Anthony Village police officer. Now, see, to me, the Philando Castile killing is way more unforgivable than the George Floyd thing. I mean, Philando Castile, I mean, one of those kids, one of those bullets landed like 4 inches from his kid in the back seat. I mean, it was that was a really bad one. Amateur Anth with $5 says, I wanted to say so much, but you have too many restrictions on what you can say with this Floyd thing. Shaking my head. Not here on the old toe. What, are you worried about YouTube? Amateur Anth, go on PayPal or go to Rumble. I want to hear what you have to say, buddy. I think everybody would like to hear what Amateur Anth has to say about the George Floyd situation. 140 away from today's goal. Oh, guys, let's go on a $40 rally. What do you say? Let's do it in 10 minutes. I want to be at 100 by 9:30. This is, I'm getting a lot more comfortable with being in this spot, pushing 9:30, because this is kind of normal, you know? It's kind of becoming the way it is. Let's make sure we hit that goal, because that is the most important thing for the morning show. That's how we're able to provide you this entertainment. Rumble Rants, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, throw it in. We appreciate all the contributions. Thank you guys so much for everything you've done. We got into the 600s today. Couldn't quite kiss 700, but we do appreciate you being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Those likes are very important also for the long-term survival of the show, to getting into algorithms, to getting new audience members. We don't really have the kind of content that YouTube likes to put out there for people to find. YouTube doesn't really like the cut of our jib. Now, Rumble does. That's why we're in the creator program, and they kind of push our show out there a little bit more. But those likes, even on Rumble, are very, very important. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and for God's sake, throw a couple of bucks the toe's way. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe, and let's knock out that goal today. We only have one more after today. We only have one more morning show goal, and then it's a perfect week for the toe. So thank you guys so much. Again, 140 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. There's Dub gifting a membership to Trucker 18-Wheeler. Now remember, when you get a membership, when you become a member on Rumble, you get ad-free viewing. When you become a Rumble Premium member, every second you watch the toe, it's kind of like becoming a YouTube Premium member. Every second you watch the toe, they pay us, which is nice. Oh, Jesus, Ryan the Garbage Man. I can't read that one. My God. 135 is your number. And, oh, I'm sorry, I got that number wrong. 85 gifted memberships away from 400. Thank you very, very much. They're trying to get us back up to that 500 number. Thank you guys so much. This is a creepy. I thought this was going to be like some kind of mob-related story, but it might turn out to be way grosser than that. There's a funeral home outside of Las Vegas, and this is not the first time this has happened. This happens. This has happened. I know there was one in Georgia a few years ago. So you know how like you pay money to a funeral home to cremate your loved ones, and then they put them in the oven. They cremate them, they gather the ashes, they put them in an urn, they give them to you. Well, sometimes these funeral homes have a really good idea on how to maximize profits. And what they'll do is they'll take your money to cremate your loved one. They'll take your loved one's corpse and they'll just throw it in a hole in their backyard. And then they'll give you like just a thing full of rattly, clinky ashes. And they'll say, yeah, that's your loved one. And then they'll pocket all the money. The problem with that is it only takes one fuck up for you to get caught. And usually when the authorities find mass graves on your property, they get really fucking pissed. This is out of Nevada. And this is, look, I understand the impulse. I understand how inviting it may be if you are an unscrupulous business owner to try and cut corners and put a little extra money in your pocket. But like, fucking with somebody's family member's final wishes and just throwing them in a hole somewhere. I mean, it's extra shitty. It's like, so you might as well have killed the guy yourself at some point. Let's go ahead and check this one out from Channel 8 News in Nevada.
Hundreds of piles of cremated remains found in the desert. Now our 8 News Now investigators are learning more about the investigation well underway to find out who did it as another funeral home steps up to give all those people a proper resting place. Our investigators breaking the news about that disturbing discovery in Searchlight about an hour south of the valley. That story made international headlines and
God damn it, my mouse is being fucky. When I first saw this story and they were like, oh, a mass grave with a bunch of bodies in it was found and cremated remains, I thought that this was going to be like they found some old, like, you know, the movie Casino where they're like, you dig a hole in the desert, you put a body in it. I thought they found like an old like mob burial ground, but that's not what it is. And by the way, if they are cremated remains, why the fuck didn't you just package them up and give them to people? If you're cremating people and I don't get it.
Today only 8 News Now investigator David Charnes back in Searchlight as another funeral home took care of each and every one.
Behind every pile, every scoop, there's a name, a person whose cremated remains ended up here, miles from the nearest town in the middle of the southern Nevada desert.
Wait. So you already cremated the people and then you just dumped them off? Why not just put them in the fucking urn and give them to the people? I thought this was going to be some kind of big thing where they saved a bunch of money on their cremation costs and then gave people a rattly sack of bones, which, look, I got to be careful how I say this, which I get it, because who is being hurt? If the loved one is getting an urn and it's full of something that they fully believe to be their loved one, they got what they wanted. And if the funeral home is making a little extra money, they certainly got what they wanted. As long as nobody, look, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying this is a rationale that you could maybe defend. If they think they're getting what they think they're getting and it gives them peace of mind and the other place makes a shitload more money. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Is I guess what I'm asking. Again, I was going to say I'm not going to try to justify what they did, but I am literally trying to justify what they did. I'm saying I'm trying to find a defense of this that makes sense. But what really doesn't make sense to me is why cremate them and not give it to the people?
Each little mound, one of more than 300 dumped here this summer. From the air, you can see just how expansive an area it really is. And if you look closely, you can see the helpers on the ground Wednesday working to make it right.
You saw those piles. What went through your mind?
I think most of us just felt like, what a shame.
Selena DeLulo is the president of Palm Mortuaries and Cemeteries. She and about a dozen others taking each one and placing it into an urn. Dumping hundreds of remains like this on federal land is a crime. And Nevada law requires funeral operators protect the dignity of all remains in their care, no matter if someone fails to claim them.
I don't know if it was the wishes for these people to be out here, so that's kind of what goes through my mind. If this is not how they would want to be remembered, we would just want to make sure we have a
But again, why? Like, it's gross, but I'd almost understand dumping the bodies more than dumping the remains, the ashes.
It's for them to be.
That place for now, a location at one of Palm's cemeteries, a place where family and loved ones can find them, a place not all the way out in the desert where someone cares.
I think it's important to us to make sure that these people are not forgotten and not left. It's important to our community and our profession that we demonstrate how much we do care about these people.
Okay.
The 8 News Now investigators learning all these remains appear to be from a commercial funeral business, one that likely closed or swapped hands recently. Our investigators have been in contact with a business who we are not naming that fits that description. Its leadership tells us they are not involved. We should also mention these remains have no connection to McDermott's funeral home.
So, what, a funeral home goes out of business? They've got a bunch of remains and they just fucking dump them? Like taking all your paperwork and putting them through the paper shredder when you're going out of business? Jesus. It's so remarkably impersonal. So this wasn't even done for profit. This wasn't done to somehow put a little extra money in your pocket. It's a place that was going out of business and they said, well, nobody's claimed these. Fuck them. Dump them. Oh, Amateur Anth with $10 says, by the way, I basically got out of jail when you went into jail. Ships passing in the night, huh? I was in for 5 weeks, but they'll let illegals out with no probation for humping a donkey and your dog in Minnesota. America is done for. Amateur Anth, could you go ahead and please point me in the direction of the people humping the donkeys and the dogs? I would really like to make a phone call and get that taken care of. Please. DB says the left sand connected to the thigh bone, the right sand connected to the hip bone. 09 Canyon says, does it say dead ashes storage at my crematorium? No, because storing dead ashes ain't my fucking business. But it is your business. It's literally your business. Your business is giving people their remains with it. Shut the fuck up. Approachable, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He says, it sounds like these were remains that were not claimed by a family. Instead of paying to put in a burial place, they dumped them in the woods. Yeah, because they did say it was like a commercial crematorium. It wasn't like a funeral home or anything like that. That text I just got, I can't read. I can't read. Jesus. Pray by 12 says, bright and cheery content today. Well, like I said, I grab a little of column A. I grab a little of column B. Thank you, Amateur Ant. 130 away from today and 85 gifted memberships away from 400. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Let's hit that 130 and call it a win for the toe. Zen saying it's Corey Adam. It's not Corey Adam. Corey Adam would have nothing to do with this. And he is also not the I-85 killer. Thank you. I'm glad that I can dispel all of these rumors before they fester into fact. I want to do this Toronto. This is a great Canada story. Canadian police officer was trying to arrest a lady who was causing a public disturbance in the street. And I believe in Canada they call this, what do they call this? They call this, oh shit, I've got it muted. God, what a retard. I deserve to miss the goal today.
Oh no! Oh, jeez.
A Canadian police officer was trying to arrest a woman in the street when he inadvertently ran her over with his car outside of a Tim Hortons. This is Canadian as shit. He ran her over. And, oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're going to have a bump on your noggin there. Police in Toronto, Canada arrest a woman who had been slashing tires with a knife, so they all fucked around on her. But during the process, one officer forgets to put his vehicle in park, and the vehicle runs her and the arresting officer over. Let's watch this police academy shit right now. Oh, they tased. Oh, boy. So not only did she's about to get run over, but she got the taser too. Oh, so it's this shithead. Watch this guy over here. He gets out of his car without putting it in park. God damn it, I got the spinning wheel of death from the rewind, as it were. Here we go. Watch this guy. Over here on the right side of your screen. So there's the taser. Boom. She's down. Now this guy gets out. He's so excited to get in on the other. Oh boy, I'm finally going to get some action there. And he forgets to put the car in park. Oh no. Oh God. Dude. The brake, not the gas, homeboy. Oh no. That's, well, don't go slashing tires, you fucking dipshit. So there's mistake number one. Mistake number one, doesn't put it in park before he gets out. And mistake number two is about to take place right now. Okay, he goes, get in the fucking car. Oh boy. That didn't it's not a question of will there be lawsuits. It's how many lawsuits and what do you need for a settlement? Because I don't think it would be wise for the police department to take this one to trial. I have a feeling that there aren't going to be a lot of juries and judges that are going to see it their way. Well, shit happens and we're really he's going with the shit happens defense. That's my client had to have her fucking leg bone soldered to her kneecap because there weren't enough pieces of it for them to reattach it. Look, man, we still have to arrest you. Like, that's the worst part is you still have to arrest this chick. She's still going around slashing people's tires with a knife, but you're also like, yeah, look, I know that was fucked up, but we still got to finish this thing up and take you in. Yeah, no, we're gonna deal with what the fuck that was later, but we still need to cuff you.
Stop resisting.
I mean, really, how much more do they need to do to you before you stop resisting? Jesus. And outside of Tim Hortons, this is a remarkably Canadian arrest. A violent knife-wielding woman was tasered and, quote, inadvertently run over twice by a Toronto police SUV during her arrest next to a Tim Hortons drive-thru on Saturday. The dramatic incident occurred mid-afternoon near Jane Park Plaza Shopping Center in the city's West End, where officers responded to reports of a woman with two large knives. The woman was actively damaging vehicles, according to a Toronto Police Service statement sent to the National Post, and had slashed the tires of a police cruiser that had arrived on the scene. During his response, the officer's vehicle inadvertently rolled forward. Well, it didn't inadvertently roll forward. I mean, if he would have put the car in park and then it ran her over, that would be inadvertently. The motherfucker got out of his car, kept it in drive, and it ran over the lady. That's what happens when you do that. The suspect and one of the arresting officers was run over. Yeah. God damn, dude. This ended up... Now, some people in the comments were saying that this inadvertently ended up being the right call. that this is the punishment that she deserved, but I don't know. I think when the lawsuit comes down, they're not going to see it the cops' way on this one. No matter how much of an asshole this lady was, You can't just go running people over. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, would you ever muck around with a dead body? I'll wait. No, of course I wouldn't. $1 from 191 Redbird says, and then you grab yourself as you contemplate what fabric faggotry to subject us to each morning. A lot of people not liking my shirt today. A lot of people have a lot to say about the cloth that I've put on my body. 130 away from today's goal. Approachable with $1 says, could be worse. Watch this guy get tased and then run over. Hey, police fuck up videos? Oh no. Chad Buzmak letting me know that a clip has requested, posted on X. I'm going to play this, but I shouldn't play it for free. We're 130 away, which is not the end of the world. Let's hit today's goal. Let's knock it out. Let's go take a look at this video. I'm sure it's wonderful. Clip as requested by Aaron Imholt of the new Kinkies Into and requesting the link from a listener. All right. I have a feeling that this is going to be heavily edited because I don't believe I've said any intentionally gay shit today. All right. Let's take a look. Go ahead, Bullfrog. Amateur Anth, could you go ahead and please point me in the direction of the people humping the donkeys and the dogs? You know what? I did say that. But I only said that because I didn't believe that was happening. I wasn't saying that because I want to watch dog humping videos. I said that because I was skeptical of his claim that there were indeed dog and what was the other one? Coyote or whatever humping videos. Which one was it? Was it a goat? No, what was the other animal? It was a weird animal. So I think it was one we don't have in Minnesota. Amateur Anth with $20. Holy shit, throw that man a karmic. Wanna fuck? Let's fuck! There you go. Thank you, Amateur Anth. If my numbers are correct, you are at $50 for the week. Thank you very much, pal. I appreciate it. Let's get you on the list there. Thank you, pal. Amateur Anth with $20 says, I'm not going to keep giving you money when you put certain words out of reach. By the way, I don't want to go to PayPal anymore. LOL, I'm pretty lazy, like a woman getting EBT for having 5 kids by 6 different baby daddies. Go to Rumble. Go to PayPal if YouTube won't let you use certain words, my man. I'm sorry. Hey, guys, 110 away from today's goal. Great job. Keep going. We're getting there. We're getting close. On a Wall with $5. So we've got this cop blooper video, and now we've got On a Wall sending us a $5. 110 away from today. I think a few more gifted memberships over on, Donkey. That's what it was. Donkey. He said it was donkeys and dogs that people were humping. We do have donkeys in Minnesota. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I won't use PayPal. They would ban me almost instantly. I know it. I don't know. Why don't you guys throw up a bunch of money on PayPal, knock out this goal, and really test the language restrictions on PayPal? Let's do that. Let's have a little fun. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I bet you guys can write whatever the hell you want, and I'm sure it'll be fine. All right, let's do this. We got a couple of arrest videos. This video contains graphic footage, including death, that may... We don't have one of those warnings on today's stream. I don't know if we can play this. I know this is on YouTube, but we don't have like a special... Video shows man hit and killed by SUV after being tasered. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That really sucks. That is a shitty way to go, but that seems like more of a fuck around and find out thing. Good. Getting hit by the SUV. Here we go. Here's a different one. Video shows arrest of suspect and patrol car hit by train. Oh, no. Thank you for timestamping this one, by the way, On a Wall. I appreciate that. Let's see. So the last video we played was a cop getting out of the car and running over the suspect, trying to get in the car, put it in park, and gunning it and running over the suspect. Let's see what happens to this police officer.
Coming back. Stop right there. Get down on one knee and then the other.
I got cuffs.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we not do this on fucking railroad tracks, please? Jesus. Guys, just go about 20 feet that way, please. Jesus, for your own safety. What kind of dipshit is doing this right on the railroad tracks?
Keep your hands above your head.
Don't move.
What's going on?
I see a white girl in a braid. I immediately think innocent. Is that weird? Is that subtle racism they talk about? Because there's no way this girl did anything wrong. She's got a braid, for fuck's sake. If she's got that crunchy wet hair look, she probably did whatever they say that white hoe did. But a braid, she's probably a rich guy's daughter. Let her go. Whatever happened to white privilege?
Can I get my cell phone, please? No one else is in the truck, sir. Can I please get my cell phone? We'll get it for you.
Don't worry about yourself.
Please.
That's kind of sad, isn't it? Like, we get arrested and we're like, I can't walk back to your police car without my phone. That's a problem. We should look into that. One of the best things about 6.5 days in jail was no goddamn cell phone. I mean, I had that tablet phone thing they give you, but that's for like movies and shit. But like no phone, none of that. I could only text and get texts from people I wanted to. That was great. And that was my girlfriend and my mom. That was it.
Where are you taking me? We're taking you to the car. Come on. Why? What? Do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, hurt me? No, ma'am, but can I please get my cell phone? We'll get your cell phone in a second. Is there any weapons in the car?
Ready?
No, ma'am, there's nothing on. There's no weapons in the car? Okay.
Everybody out in the car, come on.
What's going on?
She's a white girl with a braid. What kind of weapons is she going to have in the car? Oh. I just saw the title of this video. These fucking retarded cops left their car on the railroad tracks. Guys, bravo. I mean, really nice work. I mean, this is going to be fantastic.
Ma'am, what's going on? I'll tell you in a second. Take a seat. I'm so confused. Can I get my cell phone? I will get your cell phone for you. Take a seat.
I got your right shoulder. I see a car seat. Clear. Okay, let's get the bed.
Wait. Did they put the suspect in the car that's on the railroad tracks? Tell me there's another car. Tell me that they did not just put that girl in the back seat of the car that is on the railroad tracks. Tell me there's a second car involved in the... Oh, shit. I can see where this is going. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you drop it. I'll hold it. I'll come across. Clear.
Now I'm just waiting for hear the train horn.
Dispatch looking 348. Vehicle's clear. You can raise the channel.
Oh, you retards. You dum-dums. I haven't seen any other car there. There's 3 cops, though, I feel like, so there might be 2 cars.
A long time to pull over. I got a holster right here in the passenger seat. Okay. It took her a very long time to pull over. It took her a very long time to pull over. I'm going.
Did you see her toss anything?
I she could have because it took her a long time to pull over. I'm going to put my rifle away. I'll come back to it.
All right.
All right, when are we...
Because when I was behind her, she was driving slow enough.
Yeah.
So she could have tossed something, but I literally...
Tossed it out the window?
That guy,
out that window.
that guy reminds me of both Mark Lewandowski from 101 and Oz at the same time. They both should have been cops.
A little bit. Is that Hart?
Uh-oh.
No, that's
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Move your car!
Okay, that I don't think that's the one that the suspect is in, though. That's a different car. The suspect is not in that car. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Go! Well, that's
good. Dispatch 346, get us medical emergent. The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
Oh, no, she was in the... Oh, she wasn't. That was the vehicle she was in. Oh, you guys are fucked. Oh, what made you think that leaving a car in the train tracks was a really awesome idea, especially at night? Corpses, we're making them at night. Oh, boy. This ain't good. Is she okay? Yeah, she ain't. No.
Watch the fence.
Yeah, she ain't okay. I don't want to see a body or anything, though. They'll blur it out, right? It's on YouTube, and there was no warning. Mikey Two Milk's writing in saying that the suspect was in the car and the officer in this case got probation. Fuck. They killed somebody, though. They killed a lady.
There may still be a firearm in the vehicle. I don't know if you guys have been through it yet.
Guys, I don't think it fucking matters at this point. I don't think a firearm being in the vehicle is really of anybody's concern at this point.
You got it?
I got a holster here. No, we have not gone through.
We weren't sure if she threw it or if it's still hidden.
Does
in
it
the vehicle
matter?
Somewhere. It took her a long time to pull over, and Platteville said he did not see anything leave the vehicle.
Right now, I just need to find out who she is so we can deal with that aspect of it.
Well, you might need to do it by dental records if there are any teeth left. Maybe some hair. You might find some on the front of that train.
Who's away? Okay. You hear that?
No, I didn't hear that.
There's a round over there in the door.
Okay. That's her.
Oh, they said that okay, Mikey Two Milk says the woman is still alive. She fucking survived that? No fucking way. The woman, I love that Mikey, his phone fucked up and he wrote the Oman, so it sounds like he's Jamaican. The Oman survived and is currently dying, the officer and department. And he wrote woman suing damn phone. Well, Oman, the way the train hit you, gotta be keeping you warm. So she fucking lived. I think I'd rather die. Holy shit. So she lived, she's suing the department. How have you not settled that case by now? I guess because she doesn't own the city at this point. Holy shit. $5 from Redbird says this should make you short circuit. I don't want to be made to... I'd rather not short circuit today. Thank you very much. Approachable with $1 says, my bad. Here's a version where it's blurred out. I should have vetted better. You can start at $125. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now, Phil Herslet says it has been settled. It was $8.5 million. All right, I'd get hit by a train for $8.5 million. I mean, how much damage can a train do, right? DB writes, all right, guys, who's got glue in their car? That's might want to get the Gorilla Glue. This is going to be a tough one. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says the woman has a big payday for the rest of her life. Yes, and a limp. That's great. 105 away from today's goal. Well, guys, we're almost home. We're almost home. Thank you. Aaron, this is like the 5th time you've been told this. I'm not in the chat when I'm doing a show. I forgot. Some of you watch Dabble podcasts where they don't do a real show. See, some of us, we get our content and then we come back to you guys. Sorry about you know what? I apologize. That's on me. I forgot that you guys don't come from normal. Oh, Jesus, titty fucking Christ. You're right. This is going to make me short circuit. Why do you do this to me? What the fuck did I ever do to you? This is a tweet from last night after Zohran Mamdani ended up becoming the mayor of New York. Why do you send me this shit? I don't need to know. From Jewish Voice on Twitter, heartiest congratulations and mazel tov to New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. We are proud to endorse you and you look forward to your leadership, vision, and collaboration for the betterment of our community and all New Yorkers. Match made in hell. It's wonderful. You might be wondering, you might go, I've heard a few people actually ask this. They've said, not specifically to me, but why would a Jewish community endorse a Muslim socialist mayor? Do yourself a favor and answer that question on your own. Google the biggest figures in the history of socialism. It is kind of a Jewish thing. Let's go. Let's start with Karl Marx. Karl Marx was German. His family was of Jewish descent. We've also got, who else you want to go? You want to go Leon Trotsky? Leon Trotsky ethnicity. Jewish. Okay, all right. And by the way, this is not a criticism. This is not anything else. We're just trying to answer the question, why are Jewish people so comfortable with an Islamic socialist mayor? Vladimir Lenin. Ethnicity. What would Vladimir Lenin be? Let's see. His great-grandparents were Ukrainian Jews. Oh, who converted to Christianity. That's a win for the toe. That's nice. $1 from somebody says, Aaron, you have got hit by a train in jail. Don't you remember? Or did you block that out? I was not sodomized at all while I was in jail. I certainly wasn't sodomized by many men. Redbird with $1 says, you heard it here. If you have $8 million in the bank, you and your friends can run a train on 4-4 Ron's butthole. That's not what I said at all. That's, I didn't say that. I'm now thinking about what $8 million can buy, but I'm still going to have to go ahead and say no. I mean, I gave it honest thought for a little bit. All right. I gave it honest thought for a little bit. All right, guys, we're about $100 away from today. Let's have the big drops. We got about 35 minutes to go. We got $100 left in the goal. Shower us with your praise and money this last half hour, and let's call it another win for the toe and be one step closer to another perfect week. Thank you guys so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and keep gifting those memberships and throwing in a couple of bucks here and there. As you can see, it adds up. I don't think we've only had one $20 drop in today, and we have had only two $15 drops. So everything that's come in today has been under $20. I got to be honest with you. This is the coolest way to hit the goal. This is my ultimate preference. Thank you guys so much. Let's all team up and do it the same way for the last hundo as we did the first couple hundo. Thanks a million. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, this guy's got worse luck than I do. A food delivery order has landed a man behind bars after get ready, you like this? You like this? A brawl at the mall. Hey, a brawl at the mall. They say that young people don't go to the mall anymore. That's not true. Where else are they going to have Fight Club? And what do they call them? No, God, Jesus, not lynch mobs. They don't have lynch mobs at the mall anymore. Flash mobs. God damn it. That was a boomer slip on my part. Yeah, you know what the kids like to do nowadays? They like to go to the mall and have lynch mobs. Flash mobs, totally different. They throw non-lethal windmill punches in the food court. Let's find out how this food delivery order landed someone in jail.
Only on WPBF 25 News, video shows a fight At the Treasure Coast Mall, landing one man behind bars. It happened last week inside the Get Lost Smoke Shop.
This is the gayest fucking fight I've ever seen. This is two guys. Are they trying to fight? Like, is somebody trying to like fight over who's going to be the top when they, you know, gay it up together? Of course, it's a couple guys in like a CBD smoke shop type of place. All these guys in these vape shops. They're demasculating beards is what they're doing.
Two people crashing into a display inside that store.
They like the rough sex, these two.
Coast Bureau reporter Rachel Perry has since learned this all started over a food delivery.
We'll show you that video in just a second. Now, according to the arrest report, the victim is a food delivery driver and told officials the suspect got aggressive all because he claimed his food was in disarray.
Oh yeah, I'm sure these two guys used words like disarray. That's precisely what happened. Well, he didn't like his food order, so he gave the delivery man one in his donut hole. Hey, it's a sodomy joke, everybody. $100 away.
Video on your screen is from the Martin County Sheriff's Office showing what officials say is a fight between a food delivery driver and an employee at Get Lost Smoke Shop. The man in the green, identified as Andrew Kruger, is the employee at the shop. The arrest report shows Kruger ordered.
Have you ever seen a more racially ambiguous man in your life? I don't even know what the hell. I mean, that looked like it was a little bit of everything.
Food, and when the delivery driver got there, he stopped answering. The driver went inside and told deputies Kruger seemed upset over the food, claiming it was in disarray. That's when the victim says Kruger began yelling at him and flipping him off. The two began arguing before things got physical. The victim can be seen on the phone as Kruger appears to be trying to take it from him. The fight only escalates.
These two are fucking gay. Like, this is the gayest fight I've ever seen. It's just a lot of like little slaps and pushes and, yeah, you brought my food here in disarray. Get away from me. I don't like the food you brought me. Ew. I hate these
From
two.
there, quickly, two men who had been in the mall when they heard the commotion come rushing in, one holding the victim back as the other takes Kruger to the ground.
Jesus.
When it was all said and done, deputies say Kruger claimed he acted in self-defense, but officials say the video shows otherwise. Finding the 24-year-old is who started the fight.
How do you figure out who to arrest in this? It's it's not even an assault. It's just it's a hugging. It's a cuddle session. I mean, unless you're arresting them for like overt PDA, I really don't know who is fighting. I don't know who won or who lost.
Kruger is now charged with battery. He was booked in the Martin County jail before being released on a $500 bond. In Martin County, Rachel Perry, WPBF 25 News.
I mean, it's a shitty DoorDash order. I mean, you gotta, first of all, don't get DoorDash orders brought anywhere but your home. Why are you having it brought to you at the mall where they have a fucking food court? Second of all, as far as food orders go, you know they're gonna get to you when it's DoorDash like kind of warm-ish, and you're gonna have to heat that shit up a little bit. I'm not talking like totally nuke it, but it's gonna have to be heated up a little. So let's not get too bucky about what is and isn't in disarray. Thank you very much, Redbird, with $1. Says, direct quote, I'll get hit by a train for $8 million. I meant like choo-choo, that kind of a... Los Federales with $1 says, classic blacks. I don't think we need to... classic... I don't think we need to categorize them, but thank you. 100 even away from today's goal. 30 minutes left in the show. Guys, let's do it. Let's get this thing knocked out and call it a win for the toe. Let's get another win for the toe. You guys peaked out in the 6s today. Almost got to 7. I appreciate that. Right now, just over 500. Thank you so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate. Keep it moving. And thanks again. All right. Let's fast forward this one. This was that guy getting tased and then getting hit by a car clip that Approachable sent us. Let's see what this has to do for us.
You relax. Go and put that stuff on the
So, did you give me the right name?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Jacob Todd Jones.
Okay. Why don't you give me the right name?
It is the right name.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Brent, I know. So, right now you're under arrest.
Oh, that's not a good way to show that you're innocent. So he got busted with the fake name. You know the fight or flight impulse? This guy's flight is really strong. I got to give him that.
Stop here, you tase! Stop!
A fat, slow white cop's best friend, the taser, when you're getting outrun. Uh-oh, they're going into the street. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. Dude, bro. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, shit. I am not sure who is going to be held liable for that, but I have a feeling there would be some lawyers who would call that man's family and say we should give it a go. Oh, my God. An assist by the cop and a dunk by the car. Holy fuck. The worst part is you could see that one coming from a mile away. As soon as he hits him and he falls into the road. Oh, I mean, you could not have set him up to be run over better than that. His head is in the exact place where the inside wheel passes. Look at this. Hope that guy's car is okay. He didn't have anything to do with this. Any words? How do I shut this fucking camera off? You guys ever seen a watermelon after a Gallagher concert? No. That would be about the gist of it. I don't think that guy is going to be in the condition that the girl who got hit by the train ended up in, where he gets the $8 million and he gets to enjoy it. Don't tell me that guy lived too. Hold on. Larimer police struck by car. Oh no, they settled with I was just going to say that guy fucking lived too and got $5 million. $5 million settlement last August. $5 million settlement with the family of a man fatally hit by a car after a sheriff's deputy tased him on I-25. Yeah, that guy ain't. I was going to say, there's no way that fucking guy lived. No chance. Well, $5 million for the family. So white girl gets hit by a train, lives, gets $8 million. Black guy gets run over by a car, dies, $5 million. That's not good. That doesn't look good for the old stats. Well, guys, let's get to gifting some memberships and knocking some things out. Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal. Let's bring this $100 in for a nice landing here on the toe. Boomer Bob Show says, it's just a new speed bump they installed. I don't think that's going to fly. Somebody texting in, when the old vape shop sponsor is watching, Aaron calling them emasculating. We were going to bring Benny back to do something on the show, but YouTube does not allow vape ads. They don't allow vape live reads. Amateur Anth says, this is a good show, but the dork is just a dork. Thank you. Thank you very much. He died almost instantly. Oh, fuck God, I hope so. I hope that guy died. I hope that guy didn't hang in there for a long period of time. If you run over my head after I was just electrocuted, I hope you put my lights out immediately. The last thing I want when I get run over like that is to, survive for a day or two. No thanks. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's keep this thing going, and let's hit that last hundo. Oh, we got more. This is our last offensive Halloween thing we have, and then we can put Halloween to bed until 2026. This is Tucson, Arizona. the Vail School District, apparently there was a viral photo of a math teacher's Halloween shirts. There have been threats against the teachers. Teachers' safety and lives have been threatened because of the Halloween costume. I'll just say this. If your life gets threatened because of your Halloween costume, you wore a fucking banger of a Halloween costume. I mean, you win the costume contest if they want to kill you over it. Let's take a look. Let's see how bad it was. A lot of times people exaggerate. Let's give them a fair shake, huh? Arizona, go. You're on the line. Arizona, you're on the air. Go ahead. Arizona, one more time.
Vail School District is responding to a viral photo showing Cienega High School teachers wearing shirts that say, quote, problem solved. With what appears...
What the fuck? What's the problem with problem solved? It's a math thing. You know, it's not good when you're a school and the people that you're supposed to be in charge of educating are so fucking stupid that they can't put 2 and 2 together in a math costume, so they get pissed and threaten people. We're doing great.
Say, quote, problem solved with what appears to be fake blood. The Vail School.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. That's not good. Could have just put an equation on there, maybe? Not problems. Are they trying to, is it like a Charlie Kirk thing? Maybe. Don't do that. You're going to get in trouble. Only Lauren Boebert could have pulled that off.
District superintendent says the shirts were part of a math-themed Halloween costume representing solving tough math problems.
Okay.
Not a statement about any person, event, or political issue. They reference that others were sharing claims of the shirts being related to recent and current events in our country. They say the shirts were also worn.
So they're trying to say that the teachers were wearing a Charlie Kirk costume that said problem solved. Here's why I have a hard time believing. I don't have a hard time believing that the teachers at this school are a bunch of lefties who don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't have a problem believing that. I have a problem believing that they'd be so fucking overt that they would wear that costume and like do a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, it's so not worth it.
Last year, long before recent national events, also stating that the district is willing to provide proof. Still, the district acknowledged the image has caused confusion
Let
and
me see
concern,
a picture.
and says the shirts will
show me the costume and I'll be the judge.
Officials add that teachers have received online harassment and threats, which have been reported to police. Meanwhile,
that's okay. Maybe you can get on the Kimmel show. Show me a picture. Come on, news. Do your job. I want to see.
State Representative Rachel Keschel is calling the costumes, quote, grotesque and unacceptable,
that's not
urging
good.
the district to take action. She says it is a reference to the Charlie Kirk assassination that took place in September.
I know that some of you, when I go back into the chat, are going to go, oh, Aaron, you can't believe that school teachers would be that fucking stupid. Haven't you been following the stories you talk about? They sure can be. I know, I get that. But God, that is pretty, like, right in your face. Like, there's not a lot of interpretation to use with that one. Are they going to be that fucking, out there? Oh, man. $5 from Amateur Ant says he lived as an actual vegetable pre-planted on the side of the road. LOL. He wasn't quite good enough to be St. Floyd's number 2. Right? Like, I see a lot of these stories, like the guy who gets tased into the road and then gets run over by a car. And like, I don't remember this story. It didn't go national. There was no riots or anything like that. Again, I hate to be the conspiratorial one in the room, but I feel like they didn't make this a big news story because we all would have been behind it. We all would have said, yeah, that cop really fucked up, and there would be no controversy about it. They only want to put it out there if they know there's a controversy. Oh, man. Thank you very much for the $5, Amateur Anth. $95 away from today. Here we go. Let's do it. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. 95 away. We've got this. Just a couple more, and we're all done. Oh, is it? Oh, wait. Oh, I lied. One more Halloween story, but this one takes a little bit more of a terrorist-y turn. This one might not be. This isn't like the fun. Oh, a silly Charlie Kirk costume. Oh, by the way, Hooters girl giving us a little insight into it. The shirts that the teachers were wearing had blood on the neck area where Kirk was shot. Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking you're right. Gimme Tip says, wasn't the guy white, the one that got hit by the car? I thought he looked like maybe mixed race, but he could have been white. Hunter with $2 says, look up the pictures. It's wild. All right, let's take a look. Vail, Arizona teacher costumes. Oh, see, now this one actually has pictures of it. Yeah. All of the news sites are saying that these costumes were wrongly linked to Charlie Kirk. Now, it does say the teachers have been suspended. Give this a second here, and we'll see if we can find a decent picture of it. In the headline on the Google
The bloody shirts shown in this photo have sparked controversy.
Yeah. No, those are fucking Charlie Kirk costumes. Oh my God, how dumb can you be? Jesus, you got to fire all of them. You can't do that. Look, like I said, all costumes should be allowed. Absolutely. I didn't think that I had to clarify that if you're a teacher teaching a bunch of school students, you don't need to wear the I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead costume into the school because it could cause a fucking riot, which it is. These people are being harassed. They're threatening to be killed. This is going to disrupt school. What I meant was at whatever fucking Halloween party you're going to this weekend, wear whatever costume you want. God damn, man. Yeah, that's not even close. You can't even sit there. And why is the media, other than they hate conservatives, why is the media sticking up for them saying, oh, no, they mistook it for a Charlie Kirk costume? No, the only thing you could mistake this for is a math teacher costume. That would be the mistake. Oh, man, like that, you're not even trying to hide it. You know how I said that a professional teacher could never be that retarded? I want to apologize for saying that. I was clearly incorrect.
Across the nation.
We shouldn't have worn them, and we shouldn't have posted it in retrospect, and out of deep sympathy and understanding for all people who are victims of violence, including Charlie Kirk and his family.
A group of
You see how much that hurt him to say that? How much it hurt that guy to give any kind of credence to the mourning of the Kirk family? Yikes.
Cienega High School math teachers wore the shirt to school on Halloween, leading to many accusing them of making light of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
With so much violence in our society and so much violence,
kind of hard being Snoop D-O-double-G.
Most of the issues in this country, it seems a little tone deaf to me.
But Vail School District says that was not the teacher's intent.
Like wearing a short mustache into a synagogue, tone deaf. Jesus Christ.
And that those shirts have been worn before. As shown in this photo from October 31st, 2024, some of those same teachers are wearing the same costume.
Oh my God, how did those teachers know that Charlie Kirk was going to die? That's now even more weird. Problem solved, and you've got... See, like, you wore that last year. I get that. But, like, this year, that shirt now means something else. Oh, no. Like, now I'm not going to say they were on purpose being heinous and evil towards Charlie Kirk. Now I'm just going to say they were really fucking stupid to think that they could still get away with wearing that. Oh, my God. Main Vein with $1 says Libtoe is the most naive toe. Fair enough. Fair enough. Amateur Anth with another $5 says, not going to lie, I work with a lot of blacks and they are the laziest fuckheads you'd ever meet. What the hell? What happened to you leaving super chats and not being able to say certain words? Holy shit. $90 away from today's goal. I don't know. We're like right on the cusp as to whether or not we're going to have a win or a loss today. It's looking really, really close. $90 away from today. Oh, Mikey Mouse, I am so not in that. I know you want me to be, but gross. No, I do an actual show here. I don't do a show that watches me do a show. Sorry, Mikey Mouse. You can cope about that on your own. All right, we got one last Halloween story, and then we'll rattle the cans. We'll play Erica. We'll see if we can knock out $90 in the next 15 minutes. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Go ahead, throw in your tithings for the toe, and let's see if we can keep it going. Numero uno says, it's a shirt sold as a costume for years, and the exact people wore it multiple years in a row. All you retards want to be liberal snowflakes. Look, I'm saying it was tone deaf and really stupid to wear the costume this year because it looks perfect if you wanted to dress that way. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says last year it was probably because of the Trump shooting. I mean, kind of get it. I kind of get it. It's a possibility. All right, let's go to the last one. This is we're going to Florida. They're a little cooler in Florida. Let's see what they were doing for Halloween. Let's see what the cool kids down in the Sunshine State were doing. Enough of this sensitivity and the offensive costumes. Let's see what the funnest state in the country had cooking for Halloween this year. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Nayla. A 15-year-old has been arrested in Collier County after being caught on video saying a neighborhood wasn't safe. Collier County deputies arrested Enzo Vargas Geraldo Friday night at his home on Palmetto Ridge Drive after the bomb squad and FBI searched.
He made like an old-timey bomb. That's the funniest bomb I've ever seen. He literally made like the Snidely Whiplash, Dr. Claw, Inspector Gadget circle bomb with a wick on it. But that's hilarious. Again, I would never believe that explosive would actually go off. It looks like it's made of paper mache. It looks like an art project. As I saw that wick burn down on the bomb, I'd be laughing my ass off. I wouldn't run away. I would die laughing as ball bearings shot through my body. Jesus. He made like the Super Mario Brothers bomb, and then he painted it blue. Come on.
Searched his home and found materials to make an explosive device in the garage. Investigators say Vargas Geraldo posted a video saying he was going to use the device last night while out trick-or-treating and that a specific neighborhood wasn't safe. Another teenager saw his post and reported it.
And we heard that it was a bomb threat. Next thing we know, there was like 7 cop cars, and they said that
and one mustachioed Italian plumber there to defuse it.
They were arresting him, and they were blocking off the area and calling the SWAT team because there was explosives and bombs that he had posted on social media that he was going to use the bomb in another neighborhood.
He made a fucking cartoon bomb. I need to know. Like, I'll play the last 4 seconds. They're not going to tell me. I want to know if the thing exploded.
Vargas Geraldo is charged with 3 felonies.
Shit, they didn't tell us. I need to know if that bomb worked. Because if that bomb worked, that's hilarious. That's too funny. Amateur Anth with $10 says YouTube apparently likes what I said in my last super chat, but when I say other certain words, it's a mess. I don't like it like a Jew doesn't like a penny being dropped. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says looks like something Dirk Dastardly and Muttley would chuck at Penelope Peril during a race. I'm sorry, but in real life, I've never seen a cartoony bomb before. Oh, P. Scotland, you're coping too. Oh, hope nobody stalks your family. That would be terrible for you. Oh no, we got the Trucker 18-wheeler. Thank you very much. $80 away from today's goal. Boy, you guys are getting close. I was wondering whether or not I'm going to do Erica in the last 5 minutes today. I was thinking I might just let this one go. We've been really fortunate. You guys have been doing a killer job for the toe, and I really appreciate it. But now, like, 80's close. Like, I don't want to go to Erica at 1025 if I think there's a chance we'll lose. I'd rather just lose gracefully. But I don't know. $80 is close. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, whatever you got, throw it at the toe, and let's call it another win. Now, wait a minute. That puts Anth at $70. That's going to put him in the top 5. Let's put him in there. He is in central booking. Amateur Anth just jumped ahead of Red Fox Mad. Amateur Anth at $70. Thank you, buddy. There you go. And now Red Fox Mad at 65 is going to fall out of the top 5. Thanks, guys. So do you guys feel a little better? Because I feel like a lot of the New York people today, when we started the show, were really feeling shitty. They were very nervous. Zohran Mamdani is the new mayor. You guys just seemed down. I hope after today's show you feel a little better. I hope that after today's show you walk away with the feeling of, I feel like the whole thing's fucked no matter what we do, so piss on it. Let's see what happens. You know? Maybe. We got any updates? Has a shutdown ended since we've started the show today? Democrats stand ready to meet with you face-to-face anytime, any place, said Chuck Schumer and Representative Hakeem Jeffries in a letter to Trump demanding a bipartisan meeting of legislative leaders to, quote, end the GOP shutdown. Ooh, how do you like that? How do you like that little knife to the ribs? Huh? We're on day 36 of the shutdown, longest ever amid SNAP funding woes and election problems. Well, I mean, a lot of the country is still functioning. The real test is going to be if this shutdown goes past, if it goes to Thanksgiving, that's going to be a real test to see if air traffic can be properly maintained. Reformed Rapscallion says $80 is a lot of cupcakes. Well, here's what we need. We need some cupcakes flying in for the toe. Oh, Anthony, all of you guys, all the fake donors, jump in. Let's knock this thing out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to abandon dignity because $80 is close enough. I'm going to see if we can rally up with Erica and knock this thing out. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give you the 5 minutes back if we knock out the goal, because this is invasive to you as an audience. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hit the light. Hit the music. Let's give the evening show an assist. Let's get that gifted membership number down to about 60 or so and see if we both KO the goal and get close enough to hit 400 tonight. Kmart Ready says, remember, I unsub if I get to number 1. That's right. Donate and then say your donation is for Kmart Ready, and he will unsubscribe from his anti-steel tonus. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, honestly, if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't notice. Oh, the government shutdown? I mean, I guess that's good. Main Vein with $1 says, Aaron, you know what's always a winner. It's not the White Power Hour. He says, I've always got $20 for it. That's not why I play it, but thank you, Main Vein. I appreciate it. 75 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Fake donos welcome, and make sure to make them in honor of Kmart Ready. He put out a challenge for you guys, and one thing you guys are good at is handling challenges. 75 away from hitting. Let's give him a shot in the ass. What do you say? There's a lot of people who want to see this thing. I was going to take an L professionally today on the money end of things because I'm just really proud of how today's show went, but fuck it. It's not like I'm going to reverse my embarrassment. Own it. Let's have some fun. Let's get those memberships down. Let's get those PayPals, Venmos, Streamlabs in. $5 from You Need Me More says, for the blue light special. Thank you so much. $70 away from tonight's goal and today's goal, and 4 minutes left for today. We're going to run through Erica a couple of times, and again, we'll give you the $5 back, or the 5 minutes back, if we hit. 70 away from the big one. Will it show up? Will we need fake donos in order to do it? Maybe. It's a possibility. Thank you, Bapa Shab, for that link. We might get to that in the last 5 minutes. $10 from Amateur Anth says, I say keep the government shut down. I'm tired of EBT women with 5 kids. I'm tired of paying for illegals. If they want something to eat, they can eat this American-made sausage. I'm starting to think he means his penis. YouTube lets you say that one. $65 away from today's goal. Hammer it out. Hit rewind on Erica. We got down to 65. Let's see if we can get the rest of the way there. Main Vein, you jumping in on this one? Here we go. There we go. You Need Me More with $1 says, you know that blue light special is a reference to Kmart, right? Oh, yeah, I'm old. I'm old as fuck. I know what a Kmart reference is. 2 minutes to go and $60 away from an L or a W today. Thank you guys very much. You guys have done a great job regardless of what happens here at the end. Let's see. Christiana with Christian with $15. So now we're down to $45 away from today. Let's go. 45 away. This is remarkably doable. No, MSO, it's not the blue balls special. Let's not be, guys. Don't be crass. What are we doing? 45 away. Phil Herslit says, just don't pay Johnny this week. Oh, I already did. Son of a... Oh, man. 45 is the number. 1 minute left to go. It looks like we're going to take our first L in a long time. Certainly the first L of the post-prison era. Oh, no, jail. I'm sorry. Post-jail era of Steel Toe. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Main Vein with $20. Throw that man a karmic. There you go. $30 left to go. Oh, wait a minute. Zen Man gifting 5 memberships on Rumble. $5 away. We're $5 away from the win. Uh-oh. What do we have? We have 45 seconds to knock out the last $5 of today's goal. Can it happen? Thank you, Main Vein, for the 20. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. $5 to go. Go, Toe, go. We got a chance. 30 seconds left. 5 more, and we add another 5 minutes to the total, and then people will get really mad at me for some unknown reason that doesn't affect their lives. A gifted membership. A $5 drop. Let's see if it happens. 10, 9, 8. We have fun with this. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's take a look. Let's do our refreshes and see if that $5 comes to fruition. And, oh, shit, I missed that one. There we go. Nope. Guys, we got ourselves, hold on 1 second. We got ourselves, yes, a $5 L for, oh, hold on. Zen Man with $5 says, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch. and I'll see you in Valhalla.
There it is. He knocked it out. Amateur Anth with $10 says you made your first L with that shirt. Well, the L has to be removed. Guys, thank you very much.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And I was going to take a $90 L today and not try to get that, to run the Erica for the last 5 minutes. Phil Herslit says, come on, all, it's Stoney's White Power Wednesday. It's not White Power Wednesday. This show is not associated with white power in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, nobody gave to Kmart Ready. So he's got to stay sub to all his steel toe hate stuff. You know what? We're just glad to have you. That's all. All right, let's give you guys your 5 minutes back. Oh, God, is this what you sent me? I was trying to make everybody not bummed out today. I think this was Bappa who sent this to me. Look who controls New York City. Rabbis call future New York City mayor Crypto Jew. Wait a minute. I thought it was my job to call you. Mamdani is a, quote, friend of the Jewish community. Adds, congratulations. Why do we have to waste a few weeks on becoming mayor of New York City? We hope you come back. Mamdani, absolutely. Mamdani was accompanied by Brad Lander and joined by Brooklyn DA Gonzalez. Wow. Is that Mamdani wearing a fucking kippah? And what are these goofy ass hats these dudes are wearing?
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
That's what most people heard last night when it was declared that he was the winner of the election. Yeah, this is the really stupid, the dumbest thing I heard about this New York City election was, oh yeah, Mamdani is the grassroots candidate. There's no such thing as a grassroots candidate at that level. Grassroots is like the new organic foods. It's pumped full of preservatives. It's totally artificial. It's AstroTurf to all shit, and they just slapped organic on it. Grassroots. He was the Democratic Party's endorsed candidate. How is that grassroots? Huh? $1 from You Need Me More says, Aaron, oh my God. The blue light special was a reference to Kmart, meaning my measly $5 was for Kmart guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, what did Kmart Ready end up at today? $110. So Kmart Ready would need $40 on his total in order to unsub by the end of the day today. So that would have to be what it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But you know what? Give the guy credit. He's got balls putting that on the line. Oh, also with those 5 memberships, we're only 80 away from 400. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't, Mamdani grassroots my balls. I mean, every left winger in the Democratic Party was hucking money at him. Every far lefty in the Democratic Party was propping him up. I mean, you can't have AOC out there stumping for you and then say that you're a grassroots candidate. Jesse Ventura was a grassroots candidate. Unless George Soros changed his middle name to Grassroots, then Mamdani was not a grassroots candidate. He's the next step. Like, I just feel like this is part of the plan to take down America's once great cities and make us more susceptible to a socialist takeover. Because I have to either believe that or that the people of New York City are just hopelessly retarded, which, you know, I guess those two things could go hand in hand. It could be the same. All right, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here today. I feel like technically this should be considered an MSO win because we really had to grind this one out to knock it out today. However, you guys got it down really nice. I kind of liked the vibe of today. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Phil Herslit says, Aaron, can we get a little Alex Jones talking to Jesse? I would never, there's not in a million years would I do something that hacky. In no way can someone just write that in the free chat and then just get me to all of a sudden, like I'm going to do an impression of me. Like if I was going to ask Jesse Ventura, do you really think that it was Islamic fundamentalists that attacked us on 9/11? And then I would say, well, if you're going to say that kerosene can melt steel beams, then why don't the beans I cook in my camper stove melt the grates, Alex? You know, and that's a good goddamn question, and I'm hungry right now. And if you want Alpha Brain beans, you can go to Infowars.shop, and you can get our latest. Not only will you be shitting your pants and farting all day, but it'll really activate your brain sensors, and that's what's important to fight the culture war. Oh, no, he's not culture war, the info war. I apologize. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll talk to you tonight, 6 p.m. Central. It's our last evening show of the week. Thank you very much. Take it easy. Thanks for knocking it out again, and we'll see you. Oh, go check out our clips. They are bombing this week. That's probably not a good sales point, is it? Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. Be safe.